Okay, ding-dongs. If you don't subscribe to Jeremy Ice and Fire, you're gonna spend the night in the box.
Aren't Cooey.
We're running out of time and we still don't know the rules.
Everything here is impossible, but it's also real.
Saving those children is how we all go home.
There's something else here now. Something new.
Your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim.
You go on this little trip, you know you may not come back, right?
Yeah.
That thing I carried inside me. He feels how afraid I am. He likes it.
It's nice to see you again.
Whatever's wrong with me, what if I pass it on to someone else and then the voices start torturing them?
We came in a car just like the rest of us. And when everyone died, I saw him. He was eating her.
He was eating them indeed. Welcome one, welcome all to the From Season 4, Episode 4 live discussion. And wow, what an episode. What an episode indeed. Fresh off of just watching it, as I'm sure many of you are as well. Still processing everything we just saw. Saw some really interesting moments. Got some interesting things confirmed. Some long-awaited theories that have been out there since season 1, especially pertaining to Sarah, the voices in her head, and Victor, and some other things. So we got some interesting nuggets of information and some very interesting scenes overall. But yeah, overall, interesting episode. Interesting episode.
I mean, I think it was a good episode. We got a lot of different things, and I've said this before, but From has a way of surprising me still. We elaborate, we do research, we make things complicated, and then when the scene plays out, it goes in a different direction, and it still surprises you, right? So I really like the episode. I feel like, okay, we're going different places. One of my favorite things, not that I don't like her, but we got to hang out less with Sophia and more with our regular crew of people. And so I felt more, I felt more like at home, because when they're dropping me off with Sophia and like new people and they're leaving me there for a whole episode, I feel a little like homesick for the people and the crew that I used to know, you know?
Yeah.
So this kind of felt like going back to our main people. And I like that.
Yeah. And that's actually, it's funny that you bring that up, because it did kind of feel like that, right? Like this was like a good episode for like the core characters. You know, we got some interesting Sophia, Man in Yellow stuff as well. But yeah, the majority of the episode we got to spend with, you know, some of our core characters finally actually having, you know, meetings and actually discussing things with, you know, between more than just two people. So yeah, I liked it. I thought it was a good episode. And again, definitely setting up some very interesting things for next week, it looks like, as well. But as Dieter said in the chat, and I agree with him, I 100% agree with you, Dieter, the ending quote unquote cliffhanger, it's not so much of a cliffhanger because of what we've seen in the season 4 trailer. You know, at the end of the episode, we see something float up from the lake near Cannibal Village. And again, it's times like this where I wish we didn't see certain things in the trailer, because when we saw the season 4 trailer, we know what they drag out, basically. Pretty much we pretty much have a pretty good idea of what they drag out of that lake. So yeah, it's little stuff like that makes you think, oh man, I wish they wouldn't have had that in the trailer. But we'll discuss that and tons more, because I know I wasn't the only one who caught it. Dieter, I know you caught it. I'm sure plenty of you guys caught it as well. But we will definitely discuss exactly what that is and what was most likely coming out of the lake. But yeah, episode 4 is here. Episode 4 is officially here. Let's see what we got in the chat. We got tons of people in the chat. Welcome one, welcome all. So glad to see each and every one of you. And of course, throughout the night, we want to hear from you guys. What did you think of episode 4? What did you like about it? What did you not like about it? Was it your favorite episode? Was it your least favorite episode? Or somewhere in between? We want to know what you guys think of episode 4. But I'm going to pull it up here and we will take a look. We will go through episode 4. And I know I see some people asking, how to watch it. If I believe someone in the Philippines was inquiring when to watch it. Unfortunately, it seems like MGM doesn't make it available in other countries until sometimes tomorrow or 2 days later. They stagger the releases. But if you're a member of MGM Plus and you live in the States, they release the episodes at midnight Eastern Standard Time, which was around an hour and a half ago. Which is when we watch it, which is when we do our watch parties. Now, we know not everybody has access to the episode at that point, so we also run a watch party in our Discord, which is why you got to get here for the pregame show. If you get here for the pregame stream, you'll get the link to the watch party. You'll be able to hop into the Discord and watch it there, because our friend, our other co-host Ravener, streams the episodes in the Discord when they go live. So even if you don't have access to them, you can still watch them in there. But you just got to get there to the pregame show so you can get the link to actually get in there. But yeah, everyone else gets it either tomorrow or Monday, from what I'm told, all around the world. By Monday, everybody has it apparently. And I know people in Canada, like we have a few people in Canada that watch, and they don't get it till Monday either, which is crazy considering the show is filmed in their country. Like their country is literally producing the show, and they don't get it until Monday. That's
when you use a VPN and pretend that you are somewhere else. But you guys in the chat are hilarious, Jeremy. I want to share something that I saw in the chat.
Bring it up.
It cracked me up, but somebody said, like, immediately, people like to come into the chat and react to the episode as it's happening. So I really enjoy it, guys, because I like your commentary as we're watching.
I love that.
And somebody, whoever you were in the chat, put it on there, but somebody said, yeah, Sarah was definitely a 2.3 GPA type of kid.
I saw that.
It cracked me up so much. Yeah, Sarah was definitely a 2.3 GPA type of kid. I
saw that.
It's like, yeah.
And that is what's a lot of fun. Like whenever the episode is on and it's live, whether you're in the Discord watching or watching on your own screen, there tends to be people hopping right into the YouTube chat, the episode breakdown chat that's getting ready to go live, and we see some of the funniest comments during that time, and I love that. I love watching that and monitoring that, and hopping in there too when I'm watching. But yeah, that was funny. That was a funny one.
So funny.
Fucking Sarah. And we got some good Sarah scenes in this episode as well. Poor Sarah going through it a little bit again, and I thought it was pretty interesting how they wrapped up Sarah and Sophia's storylines towards the end of the episode in terms of the whole, recounting the story of Abraham and the test of faith and all of that. But we're going to get into all of that. Yeah, that was me. Yeah, okay, that was great. Hey, that was brilliant. That was brilliant. That was brilliant. Yeah, that shit was hilarious. I thought the Man in Yellow was a tooth fairy too. Yeah, we got some Man in Yellow action in this episode. Yeah, very much the Liver King, right? He's very much the Liver King. I mean, I got to say, I will give it up for the practical effects in this episode. That little scene of Doug biting into what was most likely supposed to be a liver or something. It looks super real. It looks super gross. It looks super creepy. It looked way too accurate. I can only imagine like what it was made out of, like what exactly that tasted like. Yeah, man, maybe we'll ask him if we get a chance. But yeah, we got some Man in Yellow action in this episode, and the reveal that he was indeed present at least the morning after the 1978 massacre, both here in town, and at least we did finally get a definitive answer to whose drawing that was, or at least who was in the picture that we saw in the trailer. I know we had had a debate and theories going around as to whether or not it was Miranda, Eloise, even Sophia, the human Sophia. But at least in this episode, we got definitively that was a picture of Victor and Miranda. That is what Victor drew. And we find out that the Man in Yellow ate Miranda. The Man in Yellow ate Victor's mom. And
the Man in Yellow ate the insides of Victor's mother.
The insides of Victor's mom.
So the thing though, liver is good. Okay, Jeremy. I don't know why you're knocking down liver. Liver with onion liver. Onion liver is really good. It's tasty. I've had it, and I love me a good onion liver. So yeah, it could have been. I don't know about human, but animal onion liver is good and healthy for you. Now, the chat wants to get right in it. Okay, Jeremy. Here, I'm monitoring the chat, and I'm here to tell you what their number one question was while you were away. And that is bookmark. Everybody wants to talk about what the bookmark might be. So they want to get right in there, Jeremy. What is the bookmark? And I know we have a super chat actually, because they want to get right in there. Bookmark. We're focused on this bookmark, Jeremy.
We are gonna dive into the bookmark then. All right, let's dive into some bookmark stuff. We see in this episode, Julie comes up with the idea of creating these bookmarks. Now, we know she's reading Ethan's stories, the Grand Gulagog she's reading, and we learn about a character within that book called Fred the Traveler. And Fred is a story walker, and apparently that's most likely where Ethan got the name from, story walker. And this Fred character has the ability to story walk, but in order to control where Julie is going to end up, in order for her to get some kind of handle on this, she believes that if she can come up with a way to create these quote-unquote bookmarks in different time periods. And as we see, for her, the bookmark is writing that little X symbol, dropping it in some place so she has it's almost leaving a tether to that place, leaving a back door open to that time period so she can kind of get back in there when she wants. Give her a way to better control her story walking abilities. So it was an interesting plot progression. I thought, if nothing else, she's at least actively trying to get a better handle on this. And who knows, maybe this bookmark thing could potentially work. But I don't know. What did you guys think about the bookmark thing when you saw it from Julie? Do you think she is on the right track? Do you think this could potentially help her? Or is this just some more trial and error?
Well, first of all, it didn't work. She is not on the right track because it didn't work.
It didn't work.
She got her little idea. Maybe I could make a mark, go back. If the mark is back in the real world, then I made a bookmark. So we saw the resolution, and I really like that. We got to see the theory. We got to see them test out the scientific method, and then our resolution all in one episode. It's not going to work. That is not what it's going to be.
Do you think she tries it again? Or do you think she just moves on from the bookmark thing and tries something else now?
Mm-hmm. No, why? Of course she would try it again. I mean, what else do you have to do? And from when people are not trying things, to me, it's like, are you busy? What else are you doing? Try it again.
What else are you doing?
You have nothing to do. Try it again and over and over again, right?
Yeah.
And I want to credit here. Immediately, I'm telling you, they're geniuses here. I saw like the best idea here about what the bookmark could be. And I think it ties in everything and it makes sense about the story. And I would like to add to it. To this. So when the bookmark idea was brought up, what could potentially be the bookmark? So Julie is wrong. We know that much. Somebody said, and I'm trying to find you in the chat, but there's a lot of chats. I don't know. If it was you, put it in the chat. But somebody here said the bookmark is Victor's drawings. We know that
Okay, I
Victor,
saw
he
that.
draws actual events from the past. So he is the historian of From. He is taking his memories
Yeah.
and he is drawing them. He
Okay.
is
These are
immortalizing the memory
bookmarks in
in
time.
paper.
These are
And so
slices
there,
of time, essentially. Yeah.
yeah, he's the historian. He's immortalizing
Yeah.
this event. And
Yeah.
so she needs to grab one of his drawings and go back to that specific moment. And that will
Yes.
be the
Love
bookmark.
it.
That is how she will travel through. And it makes perfect sense
It
because
does.
when we're going through this whole From is a story. If you're
How
going with
many
From is
times
a
have we called
story,
Victor the historian of From?
and this was the person, this is not the comment, but this was the person, Belly
This
Pal.
was the
It was
test.
Belly Pal who said, I
Mhm.
think the bookmark is Victor's drawing. So,
Okay.
Belly Pal, I think that you are right on there.
I
He
like it.
only draws things that are facts. He draws things that are important.
Yep.
He is the historian of From. And now that
Yep.
we are going to go with this whole From as a story, it seems like the story is being written by Victor. We
Okay.
all wanted to know who is writing the story. The story
Mhm.
is happening, but as it's happening, who is immortalizing the story? That's Victor. Victor
Mhm.
is the one that's writing the story. It
Mhm.
doesn't mean that he has the power to change anything because all he does is observe. Here we go. There we go.
Yeah.
All he does is observe what is happening and then he draws it. So he is more like a record keeper.
Historian. Yeah, he's a historian. The historian of Fromville.
Yes.
The memory of Fromville, the keeper of its past, the keeper of its big events. So no, I like that. I like that idea. The idea of Victor's drawings potentially being the physical bookmark that Julie needs. If she travels with a certain drawing, will she return to that time period, to that moment even? Yeah, I like that. I think that's a really interesting theory. I think it's a very interesting theory. And Knick Knack Studios also rings up as well the we've seen Victor doing other bookmarks as well, potentially with the in season 3, the objects that people died. We did see that Victor, when he died, the boy in white told him that if he can't bury the bodies, he needs to take something that belonged to each and every one of them and bury that. Could those potentially be bookmarks as well? Maybe. I don't know. I suppose it's possible. I suppose it's definitely possible. And thank you so much, Knick Knack Studios, for the $5. And thank you so much, Sunflower, for the $1.99 as well. I owe both of you some glitter bombs. Glitter bombs, glitter bombs. But no, I mean, I like both ideas. I definitely really like the idea of Victor's drawings, though. Like the idea that Victor's drawings could potentially be, like coordinates in a sense, acting like coordinates in a sense for Julie, that she can travel to that place, to that time period, to some of these vital events. It would at least get her to a few of these events that she might need to get to. I mean, it wouldn't get her all the way back to the Ankui sacrifice unless Victor has a drawing of that lying around. But it could be helpful in getting her to focus her abilities and getting a handle on controlling where she's going. So yeah, I like the idea of the whole Victor drawing being the bookmark thing. It's a good one, chat.
I love that idea. The chat also collectively, a lot of you are thinking that it could be items, which of course we have seen a suitcase full of items.
Yep.
We know that the clothing that they wear, Julie's clothing, everybody's clothing is hand-me-downs. These are items that have been used by former residents and From. And
Yep.
so at all given moments, because you guys were looking at her clothing, at all given moments, she is wearing the clothing of somebody from the past. So yes, potentially we haven't noticed because we haven't factored that in. But every time that she's going and story walking, she's wearing a different item of clothing that might be taking her to that specific moment. So it could be an item. It could be an item. It could be the actual paper. I like the idea of the actual paper
Me too.
depiction of what happened because it makes
Me
me think
too.
like bookmark, right? Like you grab
Like
a
it's a
book, you
real
fold
slice
something, you
of
put it
time.
in there.
Like he's
Yeah.
drawing real slices of time, real events that really happen that he needs to remember in case he forgets. Like it just, I like that idea too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a little slice of time, almost like Doctor Who. Doctor Who has these these paintings, and they're literally slices of time that you can go into and visit that time, but it hangs on a wall like a painting. So yeah, I like the idea of
Wait,
vintage drawings.
wait a minute, you guys. So
Mm,
I'm thinking about Martin. I was thinking, what it was Martin wearing? And then
okay.
I was thinking, Martin wasn't wearing anything, okay?
I'm
Martin
not.
was pantless. He
He
was
was
pantless,
tattered.
first of
He was
all.
tattered.
So there was nowhere to go there. He was tattered and pantless.
Yep.
Boyd was not wearing his pants. So then I'm thinking, was Boyd wearing any of Martin's things? No, but Boyd
No.
had a lantern, you guys. Boyd had a torch. That is not a torch from the current period. That was a torch from probably Martin's
Yeah.
time, right?
Not a
And
normal
so
one
therefore,
considering what it did.
not, definitely not normal. Yes, Lord Ravener, Martin was definitely doing the Winnie the Pooh. It's all top, no bottom. But he had this torch, and that is not a modern time period piece.
Yeah.
Therefore, maybe that was of Martin's time or belonged to the place where Martin was being held, which
Mhm.
I believe it was, right? That's where he got it
I
from where
imagine
he was
so.
being
Yeah.
held.
Yeah. Almost like Boyd technically story walked in that moment when he met Martin as well. Like maybe
Mhm.
he wasn't in present time, like maybe he was in Martin's time.
Exactly. So I need to know if Boyd still has the torch and if he could use it, if he could go back and light it. I don't know what
Okay.
I mean, he's busy. Okay. I don't want to pile up on the guy. He is literally busy. He just had a monster grandbaby. So he's busy. He hasn't had time to go back. But
Dealing with
if I
the
was him,
potential golem baby here in a minute too as well. He's got a lot on his plate. He's got a lot on his
yeah, the
plate.
golem baby. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
we're gonna get into that. We're definitely gonna get into the golem baby. But no, I like where your thinking is at because yeah, what exactly happened with that torch last, right? The last time we see it, Boyd has to go back to get it, to go back to the ruins with it, goes into the ruins, is able to access them again, uses the torch to smash up the music box so it smashes up and burns, and then what happens? We see him step out with it, and I do believe he's still holding it when he steps out.
Mhm.
But what exactly does he do with it from that point? The camera cuts to black at that point. We see the dog barking at him, and then we don't see Boyd again until the next season. So what happened in between? Where did that torch go? Did he leave it there at the ruins, or did he take it with him? I feel like it's got to be one of those two, right? Either took it with him or he left it.
Well, yes, Jeremy. Why, of course, it has to be one of those two.
Got to be one of
hopefully,
those two. But
hopefully
I'm saying,
he
what do you
took
think he
it
did?
with
Do you think
him.
he took it or he left it?
Hopefully he took it with him. And so here is where I see an opportunity to bring more people into the crew. So I love when shows do this. We know that this show has an established crew, but they were not really talking to each other, which is one of our issues, right? They don't talk to each
Yeah.
other.
Yeah.
I love when a movie or a show establishes a band of brothers, a band of weird misfits that come together as a little crew. And we
Mhm.
got that this episode. He said, everybody in this room knows. So it's Tabitha, Jade,
Yeah.
Donna, Ellis. Is it Ellis? Was Ellis in the room? No,
Kenny.
Ellis wasn't there.
Kenny.
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 Kenny and Boyd, right? We
Yeah.
could bring Acosta in here. This is a way to make that lonely dragon, Acosta, be part of the group. Because, and Julie, if they in fact need items, if an item is necessary, if we are looking for bookmarks, we are looking for a way to mark time. How do you mark time? I'm a fashion girl. You mark time by fashion, guys. It's all about the fashion, okay? I feel like Elle Woods
Mhm.
right now, arguing her case through fashion. But when you go to a party and they say, hey, the theme is going to be 90s, 80s, or 70s, how do
Mhm.
you mark the time? Yes,
Yeah.
you mark the time by items that they used during that time period, but how do you dress up? If there is a theme of a time period, you mark it with fashion, how people looked, what they were wearing. So if
Mhm.
you're going to bookmark a time and place in, history, it's going to be the fashion. We got to see a little bit of that when Elgin and Julie were playing around with the 80s clothes, and she does like a side ponytail. That was foreshadowing that Julie's going to have to dress up in all of these strange clothes including little
Get
Side
to different
Pony,
times
to
to
get
get
to
to different
different
time
times. Yeah,
Okay.
this is how you mark time. This is
Interesting.
the way that you distinguish time. Why do we all think that the monsters are weird? Because they're all dressed like 1950s. How do we know it's 1950s? Fashion. Because
Yeah.
we look at them and the fashion is marked in our brain. That's what the 50s was like. This is
Yeah.
what they used to wear. This is how they did their hair. So fashion is going to be a component here. And I think the foreshadowing was her playing around with the 80s clothes and doing her
Mhm.
little side ponytail, saying, I'm traveling through time and space
Okay.
with this. And who is down there? Acosta. Acosta's down there. So
Yeah.
it's a way to bring more people into the little crew, bringing Acosta in, bringing Julie in, and having our core people working together.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's plausible. Absolutely. I suppose it is very much plausible. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? And yeah, this I do vaguely remember this as well. The torch being in Victor's truck. That Boyd had the torch with him when he made it to Victor's truck. So I do vaguely remember that after he got the worms and all of that. But that actually that was in season 2. So, but he ended up going back with it. So we didn't really see it after that. I don't think he went to Victor's truck after that. I think that was after his initial run in with Martin after getting the worms. But yeah, I don't know if we'll ever even see that torch again. Will we? Maybe. But if I was Boyd, I would have kept it. I certainly would have kept it. I wouldn't have left it there, knowing its significance, knowing that, okay, this is definitely not a normal torch, knowing that this thing is maybe the only way I can even access this place. I wouldn't have left it there. If I was Boyd, I would have taken it with me. That's what I would have done. But who knows? Who knows? Robert Saunders for 10. Thank you so much, Robert. Very much appreciate you, my friend. Maybe the bottle tree numbers written in cursive are the bookmarks. Boyd ended up in the dungeon and he had 84. Oh, that's true. Very true. He had 1864 in his pocket. The cursive bottle tree number could be page numbers. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. That's very possible. Very possible as well. We're led to believe that they are music notes, but those were the ones that we found in the main bottle tree. But like the ones that you're mentioning, the cursive ones that Boyd and Sarah found in the other bottle tree, the bottle tree that wasn't a faraway tree, were those the same numbers representing the same thing, or were those different numbers representing something else? I guess is the question. And if they were potentially different numbers representing something else, because like you said, these ones were in cursive, then yeah, I don't know. I suppose it's possible. I vaguely remember Jade saying that the numbers were identical, though. The cursive ones and the ones that were written down in the numbers. Like when he and Ethan and Tabitha and all them were studying them, looking for patterns and stuff, I vaguely remember that they were, it was the same amount of numbers on each side. It was just one was in cursive and one was in print, in regular number print. But no, I don't know. Who knows? I mean, could they potentially, could they potentially be used in some other capacity as some kind of bookmark? I don't know. I tend to think that they're just music notes. I feel like the show kind of already answered that. But that's just my personal theory. Just based on what we've seen up until this point. I mean, we've seen that they were music notes. Jade was trying really hard to solve these numbers. They eventually solved them, found out they were music notes, the song that Jade plays. So I tend to think that's probably all it was. But who knows? I could be wrong.
Well, I love this, Robert Saunders. I love it. I love how you're thinking. I love that we're using information from things that we have seen. And so, yes, we have a big part of that being music notes. That was a resolution. But Robert Saunders, can I add to this theory? And can I maybe take a little side quest? Can I divert you in the same sort of, thinking? But can I add to your theory? Robert Saunders, could it possibly be the numbers in the lighthouse? Those numbers we haven't seen come back.
Yes.
So
No,
we have
that I
a
like.
resolution.
Yeah.
We have a resolution for the bottle tree numbers that they were music notes. That came to fruition. They wrapped that circle. We're done. The numbers and the lighthouse, they haven't wrapped those
The
up.
dates in the lighthouse.
Those are, actual time periods in history. They're actually, going from the past to the present, and they're marked on there.
Yeah.
It's really strange that somebody would just mark these numbers there, right?
Like these are all cycles.
It must
this
have
is how
been
she visits every cycle.
it must have been a story walker. If not Julie, then somebody else or Tabitha who is marking, I'm going to this time period, right? This is what I have visited. So could it be that those numbers in the lighthouse are the bookmarks?
Could be.
So
possibility.
I'm thinking that they have to resolve those. They have not resolved those for us, guys. And they said they're giving us answers to everything. We got the bottle tree numbers, resolution, but now they must resolve these other ones. Now, we know how Tabitha traveled through the lighthouse. She was pushed by the little boy in white.
Yeah.
What does Julie have to do in order to use those numbers and time travel? Does she have to throw herself down the lighthouse? Does she have to throw herself down the stairs? Something. It has to be the lighthouse, using it as a bookmark, but maybe that is the place where you start. I'm just thinking Julie needs to see those numbers, and those might be the bookmarks. But I love the way that you're thinking. I just think we have resolution for those. Perhaps we're looking at the lighthouse numbers.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that I like. Because we looking at those lighthouse numbers, they very much do look like each one correlates to a time period of a different cycle within Fromville, going right up to the 1978 timeline, starting all the way back in 1506. And now that we do know that this thing has been going on for centuries, Tabitha did confirm that it has been centuries that they have been being brought back for. 1506 sounds about a right place for where this all started. So yeah, each one of those dates on the lighthouse could very well each be a date of a cycle within Fromville. And yeah, maybe that is what Julie needs as a way to guide her to each one of these time periods. Does she need to visit each cycle for some reason? But
she needs to go to the lighthouse, I think. So we saw that Tabitha went into the lighthouse and she saw a vision of Jim hanging upside down. That came to fruition. Jim was hanging upside down when he died.
Yeah.
We also saw that there was toys, Ethan's toys, and she was like, Ethan, what are your toys doing?
Fruition. Yeah.
That has not. So what about if they have to move into the lighthouse? What about if Tabitha has to say, Ethan, Julie, you need this information. Let's go into the lighthouse. We'll stay there. We'll move in. And that's why Ethan's toys and belongings are there, because that is Julie's like headquarters of time travel.
Okay. Interesting. I think it could be that. It could be that. Or if it could potentially, if we're just speaking in metaphorical terms, maybe Ethan's toys being there in that vision was trying to tell Tabitha that she needs to go there with Ethan. She needs to bring Ethan there. It can't just be by herself. She needs to bring Ethan with her. But yeah, no, I like that. I like both. I definitely like both. But the question remains, can they get back to the lighthouse? As Kristen Gallo says, they can't get back to the lighthouse now. Well, that's the thing. They might not be able to get back to the lighthouse from the bottle tree. We did see Tabitha ask the boy in white in episode 3, if I use this tree, will it take me back to the lighthouse again? And he says, I don't think so. Things are changing now. It seems like maybe the boy in white doesn't have the same predictability or the same power over the faraway trees that he maybe once had. But even if they can't use the tree to get to the lighthouse, we do know that Boyd and Sarah almost made it to the lighthouse just on foot. I mean, it took them some time, but they almost made it there just on foot without a faraway tree. And they would have made it there on foot if it wasn't for the boy in white sending them into a faraway tree to send them in the other direction. But I think it's possible. If they can, even if they can't use the tree to find the lighthouse, maybe they can find it on foot like they almost did that one time. But it would be tough. It would be a challenge. I mean, finding that lighthouse was not very easy for Boyd and Sarah that first time, considering everything they went through to find it. Tent getting dragged and everything. Like they went through some shit to find that lighthouse. So it might not be easy. They might not be able to find it if the tree doesn't take them there. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have to imagine the lighthouse is going to come back into play at some point in the story. It seems like it's been a pretty big kind of nexus point in the show from some of the things that have happened there. You know, you got to go to the tower to save the children, yada yada. So I have to imagine the lighthouse is going to play another part at some point in the show before it ends. So I guess it's just a matter of, yeah, how do they find it? How do they get to the lighthouse again? If they can't use the tree, how else do they get there?
Mm-hmm. Which, I mean, definitely it's going to come back because we have to have resolution for everything that they have shown us. They're very good about doing that. We see them wrapping up certain things. So it's definitely going to come back. And those numbers are the ones that need resolution at the moment. So I'm thinking that's where maybe they could be, if it's not the fashion, meaning the items that people used to wear, the earrings that that lady had, the toys that the children had, the suitcase, maybe, and I'm thinking about the items now. One of the things that I really liked about the monsters that I found endearing is that they steal things. They like to steal things
They
from
do.
people.
They
And
do.
I just thought it was cute. I was like, oh, that's a little endearing. They swipe. They're like killing people, but they're like,
They
yeah, I
stole
like this.
Miranda's sweater. Like they
Yeah, I
stole the
like this little
sweater
thing.
Miranda
I'm
had
gonna
on.
steal it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna steal it. I want to have it, right? But perhaps there's more to that. They are markers. Perhaps the items that people wear, that people brought into from, are
Mhm.
more meaningful than that. They're a marker of the fact that they were there, that this
Mhm.
actually happened, that this was
Yeah.
real. So that's why the monsters keep stealing things too. So
Okay.
maybe
Okay.
there's lots of stuff, definitely, for
More
sure.
than just
Julie can,
souvenirs. Mhm.
more than souvenirs.
Yeah.
So Julie can definitely go down to the caves if she needs items, talk to Acosta if she needs items, go to the
Mhm.
diner with Bagda, who we finally saw. We
We
finally
finally
get to
saw
see
Sabaka.
Bagda.
Yeah, we finally and I love how she comes in like she's been running the diner the whole time. Like that's how they kind of played the scene. Like she's just been running the diner the whole time, even though we've had multiple diner scenes with this place just looked dead. But yeah, we finally got some Bacta. Free Bacta. Hashtag free Bacta. But yeah, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, I guess it'll be interesting to see if and when those lighthouse dates come back into play at some point. And like you said, the rest of Tabitha's vision, we saw the gym part kind of get fulfilled. What exactly do the Ethan's toys part of that vision mean? Does that mean she has to take him there at some point? I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. We got some good stuff. We got some pretty decent stuff in this episode. Some pretty decent stuff in this episode. Let's start from the beginning and we'll just plow through the whole thing and talk a little bit about all of these scenes. Now, at the very beginning, we have another one of our meetings. We don't get a whole lot of these in From, but lately we've been getting a little bit more of them. But we have our room here, and it seems like these are the only people that know the truth about Jade and Tabitha and who they are, how they've been reincarnated. And as of right now, at least, it seems Boyd wants to keep that information in-house, just amongst them, as they continue to kind of go off on their various different storylines, trying to find out more about what the hell is going on. So I thought this was an interesting scene, kind of just getting everybody on the same page, Boyd kind of consolidating his inner circle, especially in the wake of this man in yellow suit. And I love how they kind of tie it back to as soon as Henry sees it, he instantly recognizes it from the painting in his wife's basement. So yeah, I thought this was a good scene. I thought it was a step in the right direction with our characters finally getting it felt like they were finally getting organized.
Finally getting organized. And I like the idea that they are keeping it tight.
Me
Let's keep
too.
it together. Do not tell anybody, because Sophia's out and about. So if they show somebody, or even they need to put the suit away. If Sophia sees it, she's going to accelerate her timeline. She's not going to give them as much time because she's going to know that they're onto it, to this entity. So I like that they are not telling everybody.
Me too.
Now, when it comes to the paintings, if I was them, and this is the part where it's like, oh, I know that they're busy, but delegate information. If I was Boyd or anybody in there, and Henry is saying, "Oh, I saw this. Miranda drew this. There was paintings of this, and I didn't think that it was real." I would say, "Henry, you need to sit down with Ellis or anybody that knows how to draw, if you don't know how to draw, and you need to tell them everything that
Everything
you
you
saw in
remember.
that basement
Every painting you
one
remember.
by one, because guess what? It's actually
Okay.
happening. So if more stuff is
Okay.
going to happen, then you need to come and tell us. If you don't know how to draw, don't worry. We got you. We have Ellis, who's a painter.
Alice
We now have Fatima, who can sculpt a sculpture if you want. So we
I
have
guess
plenty
so.
of artists that can bring to life whatever it is that you saw in that basement. And
Okay.
they just kind of let him go. It's fine.
Yeah.
But he needs to sit down and have this, sketched out,
Mhm.
because
And
he has all
maybe
the information.
and maybe even Tabitha as well. Like Tabitha was down there, she was in the basement. I know she didn't spend 40 years living there like Henry did, but she was down there as well. She definitely got a good look at quite a few different paintings as well. To see, she should be kind of racking her brain as to what she can remember as well. But yeah, Henry, he sees the suit, instantly recognizes the suit, recognizes that Miranda painted a man in a yellow suit. Didn't know what it meant, but has definitely seen it before. So again, the characters are heading in the right direction, albeit slowly, but they are heading in the right direction. And I thought this was a good step in that direction. But yeah, let's see what else we got.
I love Dea here. Dea, your homegirl from your state says, "Okay, fine, don't kill Ellis yet."
Okay, fine, don't kill Alice yet.
And I
I
would
mean,
like to remind you, Jeremy, we did see a picture. This is while we waited for the show to start.
yeah,
There was a picture with Ellis holding up this big, big painting of the men in
the big
yellow.
painting of the man in yellow. Yeah, I
Mhm.
believe I have that. Yeah. Big,
So
big, big
that
painting.
came to mind when he said this. I thought, could it be that they'd actually get Ellis to help him replicate what he has seen?
Maybe. Yeah,
Because
I
why
mean,
else would he be holding? This is different than the one
we
in the
did
basement.
wonder that, right? Like, I always wonder that too. Why is Ellis holding this painting? From what we can tell, those paintings of the man in yellow, those big paintings of the boy in white, those are actually hand drawn by the director, Jack Bender. Jack Bender, is the one who paints those. They have a different artist that does all of Victor's drawings and all the other drawings on the show. But just the big one of the boy in white, and from what I gather, the big one of the man in yellow as well, was done by Jack Bender himself. He's also a bit of an artist. But yeah, I always wondered, why exactly is Ellis holding this thing? How come he's showing this off? Did he just happen to be there and happen to see it and just take a picture with it, and it just happened to be the one that went around? Maybe, I don't know. But no, that's a good idea. Potentially having Ellis kind of recreate anything that he can pull out of Henry's mind. If nothing else, it could give them at least a potential warning of some of the things that they might be up against. Some of the things to at least look out for, if nothing else. Again, warned is pre-armed at the end of the day. Pre-warned is pre-armed. But yeah, here's the picture in question here. I know you can't really see his face, but this is Ellis here holding up the new painting of the man in yellow, the painting that they say, the same painting that they ended up using for the official season 4 poster as well. So yeah, maybe Ellis can kind of Ellis can create a whole Fromville dossier, a Fromville bestiary, as it were, a Fromville bestiary of monsters. That would be pretty fun. But yeah, there we go. Let me pull this back up. We will continue to dive into episode 4. And as always, guys, let us know what you thought in the chat. What did you think of episode 4? What did you think of this beginning scene? Continue to let us know your thoughts and comments as we go. Surprised Kenny didn't know what a golem was. Yeah, he obviously young enough to have played Minecraft. Yeah, I guess you have a good point. Yeah, Kenny not knowing what a golem is. Yeah, I suppose. Golems are, I feel like most people know what a golem is. Maybe not everybody, but I feel like most people probably.
Maybe not everybody, my precious, but I saw this, and when I saw that, I was thinking about Ravener. I was
Mhm.
like, Ravener. Because when they said Golem, they did something very interesting in this episode. From
Yeah.
likes to do kind of a tipping of the hat of sorts to terror and to classic horror sort of
Yeah.
tropes.
Yeah.
With the puppet, they'll introduce the camera that takes pictures that is haunted. They'll introduce
The
these
whole
different ideas and use them.
paranormal activity they did in episode 1 with the
Yeah,
cabinets.
with things that they like. Stephen King, they'll use some of his numbers. So
Oh, yeah.
it's like a tribute and homage, if you
Yeah.
will, to certain things that they find to be iconic. And
Yeah.
in this episode, I thought, you know what? They are doing Lord of the Rings. They are doing Lord of the Rings, and I'll tell you
Mhm.
why. They
Okay.
have Gollum, the protector, the golem that she is building, and they have the ring, this golden ring
The
that comes
ring.
in and that he
Okay.
keeps staring at,
Okay.
right? He keeps
Okay.
staring
I
at the
see
ring,
you.
and
I
then the
see
ring
you.
comes back, right? And it disappears. And he's looking for the ring. So I was like, Lord of the Rings, they're doing an homage to Lord of the Rings. Of
Hmm.
course, it's not that it has anything to do with the story, but this is what the creator likes to do. They like to pay tribute to things that they find iconic, even to Stephen King using his numbers. And so when I saw that he kept staring at this golden ring, and then all of a sudden they mention a golem, I'm like, Ravener's gonna be over the moon. They're referencing Lord of the Rings.
Okay. Okay. I like it. I like it. And I can see it. And I can definitely see it. I can definitely see the references. You can see the ring, the golem, other aspects. I'm sure we can even find once we dive a little bit deeper. Okay, interesting, interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to dive into that a little deeper, and I like it though. I like that. I like that idea of them maybe thematically
I mean,
paying homage to Lord of the Rings.
tell me that he wasn't acting like my precious. He
My
sees this,
project
and then he goes into his room and he's like scavenging
digging
to
up,
look
yeah,
for his
looks back
ring.
for it. It's gone. He's all distraught. Yeah, it was very Schmeagol. It was very Schmeagly.
Mhm.
Very Schmeagly indeed. No, I like it. I like it. I think it's an interesting theme, an interesting metaphor that the episode might be might have been diving into on purpose. Like you said, there's a few interesting references there. Few very interesting references. I like it. I think it's fun. And who isn't a Lord of the Rings fan? I have to imagine John Griffin. I would be highly surprised if he wasn't a massive Lord of the Rings fan. I mean, who isn't? What writer isn't a Lord of the Rings fan?
Also,
But
yes, lady mentions another one. I'm sure that now, if we look at it through the lens of Lord of the Rings,
I'm
we
sure
will
we're going to
find
start
references.
finding a lot. Yeah,
The
yeah.
moving
Give me some
trees,
time.
Jeremy.
Give me some
The
time.
moving trees.
We'll find a lot.
The
The
trees are
moving
moving.
trees. The moving trees. Yes, the moving trees, just like on Lord of the Rings. Very, very true. Very true indeed. Finding the Lake of Tears, it's very Lord of the Rings esque, trying to find this secret magical lake, very fantasy esque. We're very much diving deeper and deeper into kind of fantasy, dark fantasy territory this season with some of these aspects. Yeah, interesting. I like it. I like it. Yeah, we have moving trees like the Ents. Exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly. Moving trees like the Ents. But all right, let's get back to the beginning. But yeah, good start to the episode. I thought we see, and of course, at the beginning here, we also see Jade decides to take the mushrooms. And I got to say, the episode 4 trailer was a little bit of a letdown in terms of like one scene that was in it that I didn't see in this episode. Maybe I need to go back and rewatch it. But I was expecting a little bit more from the Jade mushroom trip myself. Just I don't know, maybe it was just me.
Mhm.
But I was definitely expecting a little bit more than what we got there. A little bit more of a payoff, I guess you could say.
Well, it hasn't kicked in. I mean, you guys let us know in the chat. Have you done mushrooms? If you have done mushrooms,
Mm,
how do they
How long
work?
does it take? Yeah,
Do
how
they
long does it
kick in
take to
right away?
fully
I
work?
say no to drugs all the time. I do
No.
absolutely no
Mhm.
nothing.
Well,
So to me, this seems like he's just waiting, right? Like he's
It
just
could be.
processing and
It
he's
could be.
waiting and it'll happen later.
It could be episode 5. Yeah, it might just not have hit him yet, because we do get that one scene between Boyd and Jade. Jade's sitting in the office, and Kenny comes running in, trying to talk to Jade, and Jade doesn't even answer Kenny. All he does is say, "Boyd, is Kenny here?" And he's like, "Yes, he's here."
Oh, yeah.
And that was almost like an indication, like, okay, he's not tripping yet. It's not working yet. So yeah, it just might not have hit him yet. Because yeah, that scene was fucking
That
hilarious.
was
It was fucking hilarious.
Is Kenny really?
Is Kenny really here? Hold up, here we go.
Yeah, that was
Here
a
it
good
is.
one.
Here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
And Boyd, he's like, he's on mushrooms. Like it's just regular schmegular day.
Oh. Hi. Boyd!
What's going on?
Is Kenny in this room right now?
What?
What?
Yes.
Is Kenny in this room? I love how he doesn't even acknowledge Kenny. I love how he doesn't say hi back, or he's like, I'm not, that motherfucker is not real. Type deal.
I'm
Like,
telling you,
he's not even
there is
acknowledging
not
him
real.
until he knows he's real. Until he's 100% sure he's real, he's not even acknowledging him. Boyd, just great. I fucking love fucking Jade.
I love Jade. He's great.
Yeah, the fingers twiddling. Yeah, fucking guy. He's good. He's good. Yeah, the hand flicker. And for me, it's the look. Look at the look on Boyd's, not Boyd. Look at the look on Jade's face. Like when Kenny walks up to him and starts talking to him. Look at the look on Jade's face. Jade looks at him like almost like he's like even shocked that this person's even walking up and talking to him. Like
He's like suspicious of him.
It's
He's
the,
like,
it's the look that gets me for Jade.
Oh. Hi. Boyd!
What's going on?
Is Kenny in this room right now?
Boyd has had it. He's like, what?
Boyd's like,
Yes, he is.
yes, he's in this fucking room.
But look at his anger. He's like distrusting of him. He's like, I don't know.
exactly right. It's almost like a distrust of like, I'm not addressing you. I'm not addressing you. That motherfucker is not real. Yeah, I don't know. The look. It was the look that got me. Seeing that look on Jade's face. Kenny in the room right now.
And Kenny asks Boyd, like, what's going on? He's like, oh, he's on mushrooms. Like, anyway, let's move on to the next
he's
thing.
just
Just
on
a
mushrooms.
regular day. He's
Just a
just on
regular-
mushrooms from the haunted woods.
Oh man, that's funny. Yeah, it's Kenny in this room. It was one of the funnier parts of the episode. Definitely.
And when he took them, because he was like, are you ready for this? He's like, no. And he shoved them in his mouth, like, taking the initiative of, I'm just not going to be ready. So just shoving them in his mouth, like, no, I'm not at all.
Yeah, very true. Very true. Yeah, you ready for this? No. And what? He instantly eats, what, 3 of them at least? I think he eats like
A
3
handful.
right away. Fucking guy. Fucking Jade. Jade's just the best. Jade's the fucking best. But then the episode cuts over to Sophia, and we see Sophia is actually reading through the belongings of her fake father. It seemed like it was Pastor Dave was written on some of these envelopes, so I can only assume this was the priest that she pretended to hitch a ride with. Looks like she's probably trying to learn her cover a little bit more, learn a little bit more about this person, who he was, who she is supposed to be, stuff like that. So she's doing some research. She's doing some research on her role, I guess you could say, when Sarah walks into the room. And, like you say all the time, PM, Sarah's just so sweet. Like, she's just such a sweet person. Like, even after everything she's been through, everything she's seen, like, definitely enough to break a lot of people down and to leave people really traumatized. And she's definitely traumatized to a certain extent. But like Sarah's is just like so sweet when she comes in, trying to be a friend to Sophia in every way, and it instantly starts to backfire.
Yeah, I'm laughing because she is sweet, but another part of her being sweet is the comment we mentioned previously of like Sarah definitely had a 2.3 GPA. Like she is sweet, but also it's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
Sarah, honey, you've been through this before,
yeah,
honey. They did
yeah,
this to you, remember? But poor little
exactly.
Sarah, she just doesn't want to hurt anybody.
Yeah,
Now, we do see and we find out interesting things. So, making observations about this scene with Sophia. Yes,
yeah.
my Sarah is darling and cute and adorable and just a little precious little angel. But
Mhm.
it seems to me, tinfoil, let's get tinfoil. I
Uh-oh.
think that, and this reminds me, I know that Terran, in his theory, he somehow has a witch that is on one of these sides. I believe in his theory, the witch is good.
Oh, the witch theory. Okay.
I think that in his theory, there's a witch and she's good. And she is the boy in white's mother. I believe that's how he has it. But it got me thinking about what are we observing from Sophia? What we are observing from Sophia is that she's not all powerful. She can't just think of something and it happens. She has to concentrate and she has things that she says, like enchanting words. She repeats
Mhm.
these words, these ancient words, and then things happen. Is
Mhm.
Sophia a witch? Is Sophia a witch? Because what she's doing is
Yeah,
she's saying a spell. That's what she's doing.
yeah, we
She's
see her
like repeating a spell.
whispering. Yeah, yeah, she's,
She's
you know,
concentrating, so she's definitely not so powerful that she could make things happen. She has to have a
she has to
spell, a
focus.
concentration, a
Yeah,
focus.
yeah.
We saw that she had to touch somebody physically and concentrate to make them have that heart attack, right? Her daddy.
Yeah.
We saw that she needs to kind of focus in order to make things happen. They don't just happen. So, could Sophia be a witch? I don't think she's a good witch. I think she's a bad witch, but it seems like she could be a witch. Also,
Mhm.
I know that she references the Bible, but when you look at what she asked Sarah to do, she said, Sarah, go into the diner, grab a jug, pour water in a cup, drink it, and then pour that back into the jug.
Yeah.
That, if you look it up, that is water magic. So this is
Mhm.
witchcraft. There's a part of witchcraft that you could do a cleansing with water magic. And this is so that you could let go of burdens and things that are attacking you, right? To be
Mhm.
released from certain ailments. So essentially, if somebody had drank the water, it would be full of whatever Sarah released into the water. It's
Okay.
called water magic. I did not know about this, but I looked it up as I was watching the episode. That is
Uh-huh.
witchcraft. So could
I
Sophia
don't know.
be a witch?
Hmm. Maybe. When I think about the Man in Yellow and Sophia, I'm hoping that he's not like any one particular thing, like he's a witch or this or that. He's just some kind of entity and has these different abilities, these different powers that witches also have. And instead of him just solely being like an actual witch. But he could. I mean, it definitely could be. I mean, we are seeing some very interesting abilities from this character. When it comes to the water thing, I'm not sure if it would have done anything. Personally, I think with them adding in that story of the whole the story of Abraham and all of that, and this test of faith, this story of are you willing to do something? It seemed to me like this was maybe the Man in Yellow or Sophia's test for Sarah, a test to see if she can manipulate her again. Um, just based on the water getting dumped out, like it kind of ended up being nothing. But if someone would have drank it, could Sarah have passed on something to someone else through some kind of spell Sophia did? Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely possible. And I love how Sarah doesn't do it at first. I love how she goes up to the diner, she pours the cup, takes a sip of it, and she hands it. Ultimately, she hands it to dump out. Then she leaves, and she instantly sees Sophia pretending to fall in the fucking pool. And that's what fucking makes her turn around and go back into the diner and convinces her to do it. She sees somebody get hurt and instantly thinks, okay, it's because I didn't do what the voices told me. And that is the part where I'm a little disappointed with Sarah, because I thought she kind of conquered this by now, seeing these voices kind of manipulate her in season 1, how bad they were and how she seemingly really got a handle on it. She seemed to conquer this. I thought it would take a little bit more than this for her to kind of be that easy manipulated, I guess. Because again, like when I see Sarah now in seasons, the end of season 3 and season 4, I see a much stronger Sarah. I don't see a Sarah that's as broken as she was in seasons 1 and 2. She seems to have grown a little bit. She seems that she is, maybe not whole, but she didn't seem as broken as she was. She seems a little stronger now. So I guess I just thought it would take a little bit more than that to be able to manipulate her again. A girl falling in a pool, I guess, is my thing. But yeah.
And a girl that she barely knows. Okay.
Yeah.
Because she said somebody that I care for is going to get hurt. Yes, I understand that you are a very kind person, Sarah, but you just met her. You just met her. So, it is what it is. And here is the part where I love my Sarah and I have a bias because I want to see her win. But I do not have a bias enough to not see where the character is failing, and the character is failing. Okay. And this is the part where the 2.3 GPA comes in. Okay. About critical thinking, Sarah.
She fell for it too.
Sarah already knows this. Sarah has fallen for the exact same thing in the past. They've done it the exact same way. They told Sarah, it's not that much of a big deal. It's not that big of a deal. Go kill this man. Okay. So she's like, oh, an adult man. Okay, fine. Leave the door open. Fine, I'll just leave the door open. They got her to incrementally do worse and worse things. They wanted her to kill the boy, Ethan, but they started her off by doing small things just to see. What did Sophia say? God just wanted to see if he would do it. It is just to see, how much can I get you to do? I will ask you to do something and it'll increase every time until I get you to do the ultimate thing that, is my goal. And so she's fallen for this in the past. She saw the repercussions of this. And once again, she's doing it. She knows that this isn't good. She knows that even though they say, hey, somebody's going to get hurt, it is better to just allow things to happen than to try to intervene and be good to the voices so that they don't get hurt. It is better to say, let whoever get hurt, whoever, like, let it happen. I'm not going to do what you want me to do. And here is where Elgin can return the favor. I love my Sarah, but Elgin could go and take in an eye. He could return the favor and say, Sarah, I know that the voices in your head are going to get you to do stuff until I take out your eye. And maybe he could take an eye out and he could, reason with her because she didn't learn her lesson. I love my girl, but she needs to lose an eye for this. What is she doing?
Oh man. Yeah. I thought it would take a little bit more to manipulate her again. I didn't expect her to be manipulated this easy. Again, not just like you said, like it, not after what only has happened to her. She was very easy, not like super easy manipulated, but easily enough manipulated by this place in season 1 when her brother Nathan was around. All they had to do was really threaten the brother Nathan and promise Sarah that this is the way out. And they were pretty much able to get Sarah to do anything they wanted. But then she kind of broke free of it. But then on top of breaking free of it, she also saw Elgin as well. She saw everything that Elgin went through. Elgin just went through everything you went through. Elgin just went through the entire same rigmarole of being manipulated by an entity in this place to do something, wrong, to do something horrific. So she's not only been experiencing it herself firsthand, but she's experiencing it from, a third person point of view as well, seeing it happen to Elgin as well. That's why I'm so disappointed that she was so easily manipulated again for a second time after everything she's been through, after everything she's seen. I thought it would take a little bit more than that for Sarah to fall for anything super easy. Like, yeah, she fell for it a little too easy. I agree.
Yeah.
I do agree.
That's what I'm saying. My bias stops when the character stops working for themselves.
Yeah.
She happened to tell Elgin too. If I'm Elgin and I have a little hate in my heart, I go right to Boyd and I tattletale. Boyd, you tell me if anybody's hearing voices and telling them to do things to tell you. Sarah's hearing voices and she's doing what they're telling her because she happened to tell the secret of what was said to the worst person ever. She said that to Elgin, who has something against her. Like, you took my eye because I listened to them and now you're listening to them. I mean, hypocrite much, Sarah? He better go and tell Boyd. He better go and tell Boyd and get her take an eye out something. Do something. Because Sarah, what's it gonna take for you to just put your hands up in the air and say, if you're gonna kill somebody, Boyd says, go ahead and kill them. I mean, what can I do? At the end of the day, I can't do anything, and you guys are liars, which is what frustrates me about Sarah. She knows that they lie.
Exactly. She knows these things have lied to her in the past. She knows that these things have tried to manipulate her into doing just horrible, heinous things that were not going to benefit her or anyone else. Like, she knows that now. So yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a little disappointing she was this easily manipulated. And West of Westeros believes that Henry is going to be the one to figure out Sophia is the man in yellow. When Victor said the man in yellow came before, we all thought he was normal and we would accept him. Yeah, again, we did learn a little bit more about the man in yellow in this episode as well through Victor. I mean, a lot of us were theorizing if the man in yellow did this undercover thing before, if he maybe does this undercover thing in every time period, in every cycle. And it looks like we did get a little bit more confirmation that that is indeed the case in this episode, where Victor straight up tells us the man in yellow arrived in the cars like everyone else. Victor thought he was normal like everyone else until he found out that he wasn't. So it seems like this is something the man in yellow does every cycle. He'll kind of infiltrate the town probably towards the end of the cycle and start working his little manipulation tactics until it's time for another massacre to end the cycle. But yeah, Victor very much, at least we got the confirmation as to how Victor knows the man in yellow and how he kind of presented himself as human when he showed up, only for Victor to find out that this is really some kind of monster. And of course, we get that confirmation of the man in yellow snacking on Miranda as well. Yeah. Crazy.
When it comes to the man in yellow and who might find him west of Westeros, I think that we have the possibility of this becoming a group project finally.
Yes.
They're
Not just
talking
one
to each
person.
other.
Yeah.
So it might not just have to rely on one character doing the work, but it could be all of them coming together. Like I said, you need to ask that man, if you've seen this, what else have you seen? He also has information from Victor now. So the first thing I would ask Victor is, okay, he has a counting system. When Sophia came in, he was counting. It was like low on his hands, but he was going like this. He was counting very slightly. So Victor potentially has a count of when did the man in yellow come? What number was he and what number is Sophia? If he could work together with his father and Boyd and the little crew that they have assembled, they could figure out she's the only one that came in at this point in time. And this is where the men in yellow would have come in. So
Maybe.
I think that there's a possibility that it won't be one person, but it might be a group project. And yeah.
No, I 100% agree with you. I feel like it can't just be one person that does anything here, whether it's discovering who the man in yellow really is, whether it's finding the way out, whether it's saving the children. I don't feel like any of these things are going to be a one or even a two-person project. I think you're right. I think it's very much going to be along the lines of everybody's going to have a very specific role that they need to play. And again, going all the way back to the very beginning of the series, that's kind of what we have been told right from Ethan at the very beginning, that this is a quest and everybody has a part to play.
That's what this is, the quest. And everyone has a part to play. Sometimes the quest can be scary, and when it gets close to the end, That's when it gets really scary.
And when it gets close to the end, that's when it gets really scary. So we've been seeing this blueprint get laid out for the show from the very beginning. And it looks like, it very much has played out exactly like that. Everyone is going to have a different role to play. And only by each of them playing their roles do they have any hope of solving this thing, of completing this quote unquote quest. So yeah, I agree. I definitely think it's not going to be an any one person thing. It's going to be everyone working in tandem, and that kind of reminds me of us. And I feel like that is how we're going to solve this show. That is how we're going to solve exactly where the show is going, what's going to happen to these characters, how this thing's going to end. It's not going to be any one person. It's going to be us as a fandom trying to figure this thing out together.
Yeah, I'm telling you, if we could all get into a room, if we could all travel to the same place, get into a conference room, we would have this done in 5 minutes flat. We would have figured out the whole show and written 5 more.
Yeah.
But I'm excited to see that they're having a conversation. I wanted more, but I understand that they're very busy. But I wanted more of this conversation that you have up on the screen.
Me
Tabitha
too.
finally saying, hey,
Yes.
Jade, I was out
Yes.
of line with that comment. I do like that Jade said, no, it's true. And the way that I understand that is, no, it shouldn't have been me that died. But at some point, we are at fault for this because
I know what you
he
mean.
does
Yeah.
believe
I know
in
what
the
you mean.
visions. He believes that what they're seeing is true, where Tabitha doesn't agree.
Yeah.
So if he is of the belief that they started the whole thing, he might think, yeah, I am at fault for everything at the end of the day, and so are you.
Yeah.
I'm glad that they had this conversation, and I think that this is how we could expect their relationship to move forward.
Yeah.
I know that a lot of people were wondering, what does the relationship look like? Is
Yeah.
it embraces and kisses and hugs and all of a sudden they love each other?
Uh-uh.
And
No.
I think this is what the relationship looks like. It looks like two people that have these memories,
Yeah.
but this is how they talk to each other. There was no touching, there was no hugging, there was nothing. It was just an
Yeah.
understanding. So this is how I am guessing that their relationship will play out and will look like moving forward. And I think it's in good taste, right? She has children there. They just lost their father. It wouldn't be appropriate at the moment.
I agree. I do. I agree. Basically everything you said. Yeah. I was never really expecting Jade and Tabitha to ever become an item. I know, that's been a theory out there as to whether or not like you said, what is their relationship going to look like now? But like you said, just because they are remembering that they are reincarnations of someone else, they're still themselves at the end of the day. Jade is still Jade. Jade still lived his entire life with his own memories, his own thoughts, his own experiences, his own people that he's loved and all of that. And same thing with Tabitha. Even though she's remembered all this other stuff, she's still Tabitha. She's still the same Tabitha who grew up, lived her life, married Jim, had children with him. So yeah, I was never really expecting them to ever really become an item. I just never saw the show going in that direction or their characters going in that direction. And yeah, I think this was a good kind of preview of how we're kind of going to see them interact with each other going forward. It's going to be, them working together, trying to solve this thing, but I don't ever see them crossing that line at any point in the future.
Well, I like how, they're keeping the storyline focused, but I did want them to kiss. I was like, yes, I want I did want them to kiss and be like, oh my God, my love. I have been waiting for eternity to see you again. Something really cute. I did want to see Tabitha kiss Jade, but I want to see everybody kiss Jade.
Maybe. Who knows? Who knows where it'll go? Who knows? We got Sunflower for $4.99. Thank you so much, Sunflower. Very much appreciate it. I just thought, what if in terms are the bookmark, the bracelet, Abby's ring, maybe that was Julie's time traveling, leaving bookmark. Interesting. Maybe. I mean, the bracelet, Abby's ring, definitely some interesting stuff happening with the whole Abby's ring. We'll definitely talk about that when we get to that part. But yeah, with Julie potentially trying to use these bracelets as bookmarks, maybe I suppose she would have to get kind of the multiple different bracelets that were made by the multiple different Tabithas and know which one belonged to which one, so she could kind of go to that each one of those kind of time periods, maybe. But I suppose it's possible. It would just be a matter of her kind of trying to find those bracelets, if she could even find more than one. But who knows? Again, I guess that is the big question. I guess one, or at least one of the big questions coming out of this episode. What constitutes as a bookmark? What can Julie use as a bookmark? Is it just these pieces of paper that she tried using, or the failure that we saw in this episode? Is that going to continue to happen? Is she going to have to find that she's going to have to use something else for a bookmark? I don't know. I guess again, that is the big question. What will work as a bookmark?
I like it, Sunflower. I really like the idea of the bracelet because we know that there are multiples. The problem being that they all have the same mistake. Tabitha said, I made the mistake in all of them. This was very unique, but it seems like she kept making the same mistake over and over. So it would be a little bit difficult to tell. However, I like what you're saying about Julie having something to do with the items. And it makes me think of the following. I believe that what we are looking at is multiple parallel timelines, okay? And I believe that the symbol that we see is a map for from. I have a chart. If I pull it up, I'll share it with you guys on the screen. But I do believe that the symbol that he makes is a chart, a map of what happened and from. When the children wanted so badly to be saved, I think that they caused a crash in the universe. They manifested a crash in the universe, and the parallel timelines that should run parallel to each other crashed, created this space that is from, and then they continued going. When Julie is messing with time, she's going back and forth, she's traveling, she's entering and exiting. At the same time, we see Abby's ring roll down Colony House. It shouldn't be there. Abby is not there. This is present time. So I'm thinking that is another sign that as she's going into a different timeline or jumping from place to place, items are disappearing from one and are appearing in the other universe. When she leaves, because we see her exit that timeline and come back into ours, the ring is no longer in Boyd's possession. He has two rings. When she is there, she exits, he only has one, the one in the box. So I think that we're already seeing that there are things that are coming and going, just like the apparitions that they're seeing of people coming and going that are not of this time. They're of different times because she is messing with it.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. And again, when it comes to this whole Julie thing and this time traveling aspect in the show, there needs to be some kind of consequence, as I've said in the past. Regardless of how they use it, at this point, I don't really mind how they use it, as long as there is some kind of consequence. There needs to be some kind of price that she needs to pay. But yeah, we got some interesting things happening with that ring. Yeah, you know, it was interesting when it popped up, but even more interesting when it kind of disappeared again. And yeah, that does raise even more questions, for sure. Raises even more questions. But we see Jade taking the mushrooms. He's, Donna trying to warn him, saying, hey, you go on this trip, you might not come back. And Jade says, hey, I'm going along for the ride. I am going along for the ride. And he takes quite a few of those things. Big old dose. But yeah, like we were saying earlier, not much of it happens in this episode. Not much of it comes of it in this episode, but it might just not have hit him yet. Maybe episode 5, we're going to see Jade go on some kind of massive spirit quest or something. Maybe that's coming. Maybe that is coming. I imagine something is like that is coming. But then we see Ethan, and we know from the previous episode when Ethan saw Jim at the RV, he was there to get the radio in the first place. He wanted to get the radio so he could try and some way get in contact with Thomas to let Thomas know that Jim was dead, so the two of them wouldn't be alone. Super kind of sweet, like innocent thing. Like on the surface, you got Ethan here who's lost his brother, he's lost his father. He knows both of them are dead, but he doesn't want them to be alone out there. He doesn't want them to just be ghosts wandering around alone out there. So he's trying to contact Thomas to reunite Thomas and his father. So it's a sweet thing, you know. You feel for the kid. He's just lost his dad, but yeah. Not much comes of it. We don't really see anything come over the radio, but I imagine we probably will at some point. He's got the radio back in his room now, so you know something's going to happen with Ethan in this radio at some point. And maybe he'll hear something on this radio that even sets him on the path to finding the Lake of Tears even.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and still, I'm not getting enough emotion. I'm like, you guys, more drama, more emotion, do it with more passion.
No.
They're very stoic. I know that people handle grief in different ways, but I never took the Matthews family for a stoic type. They lost Jim and they're kind of, you know, very quiet about it and not a lot of tears. And she's just like, yeah. I mean, this is the sort of thing that when Jim came into town, he was grieving Thomas, his little baby boy that had died.
Yeah.
And when Ethan said something similar to Jim, Ethan says to Jim, you know, Thomas might be with Grandpa, something sort of thing like that, because Grandpa also died, or Julie could be with Grandpa, or Julie could be with Thomas, right? He always tries to pair up the people that have died in his family and mentions them being together. And he always mentions, well, maybe Thomas is alive, you know? He goes into the bathroom. I remember he's such an amazing actor, the guy that played Jim. He goes into the bathroom and he just cries. He breaks down in
breaks
tears.
down. Yeah, he has like one of those Boyd moments that Boyd has in front of the mirror, kind of. Yeah.
It was so emotional. He just like breaks down in tears because he mentioned his baby son. And Tabitha, the same thing is happening. He's mentioning his father and his baby son. And Tabitha's just stoic. She's just like, yeah, let's go ahead and do this, you know. Maybe she's very overwhelmed, but I'm not getting enough emotion for my taste. But, you know, then again, like I like the dramatic. So
yeah, I see what you mean. I definitely see what you mean on both fronts. On both fronts, absolutely. I mean, it seems they're dealing with the death of Jim and the grief for the death of Jim in a very interesting and unique way. It's almost like Tabitha is recognizing this in Ethan, that this is something he needs. Looking for this Lake of Tears, this is something he needs to do. And if I don't do it with him, he's going to sneak off and do it on his own and maybe end up getting killed. So Tabitha kind of relents and kind of gives him what he wants in this moment. But yeah, I see what you're saying in terms of like we're not seeing a ton of emotion really from Tabitha, from Ethan, from Julie. Really, it seems like they're all more in kind of getting into determination mode to kind of complete whatever they're trying to complete, as opposed to taking a minute as a family and grieving the death of their father and husband.
I mean, and not even take a minute. If you want to go with your child, go. But when your child mentions, when they say, you know, I want my baby brother, my dead baby brother to be with dead dad, that breaks you. That breaks you. If that was your person, she says, I hate that. She was the best she could offer is, you were my person. It's like,
that was so bad.
It's like if that was your person and this was your child, like that breaks you inside. When you hear that your little son just wants them to be together and that they're no longer alive and half of his family is dead. And she's just kind of like, come on, I want you to grab a backpack. I want you to grab a backpack and I want you to pack. We're going to go somewhere. I was like, okay, Tabby.
Okay, Tabby. Okay, whatever you say. But yeah, I think... I don't know. I think it'll be interesting to see what goes on with this whole bookmark thing. Will Julie find out that she needs to use something else for a bookmark? Is she going to continue to use this paper and symbol idea, even though it clearly failed the first time she tried it? But yeah, we'll get into more of that when we get to that scene. But thank you so much again, Sunflower, for the $4.99. Very much appreciate it. Very, very much appreciate it. And owe you a glitter bomb. Glitter bomb. Glitter bomb. Glitter bomb. All right, let's continue on, shall we? So after the scene between Ethan and Tabitha, we then get a scene between Julie and Randall on the bus. And we had a feeling their storyline was going to kind of take this direction in terms of them doing research, diving into Ethan's books, seeing what else they can potentially learn about story walking. And in this episode, they learn at least a little bit in terms of, what these stories have to offer. Randall finds a character named Fred the Traveler, who is a story walker. Fred goes around story walking. And of course, Julie is just, like we figured, trying to learn a little bit more about this story walking ability of hers. What are the limitations? What are the rules? What can she do? What can't she do? What can she change? What can she not change? And, I, even though they didn't get too far, it seems like they're on the right track, at least, with at least Julie attempting something like this bookmark idea.
Yes. And one of my favorite parts of the episode is sometimes it feels like they're talking to us because we know that the fandom is very important to the show and the creator. And sometimes it feels like they're echoing or winking, like, yes, we know what the question is. And here's the answer.
Yeah.
And that's how it felt when Tabitha is there. And all of a sudden she's like, I don't know if I like this, right? My teenage daughter with Randall. And he's like, she says, Mom, it's not like that. And Randall's like,
not even close. Not even close. Yeah.
Like, do not worry with me. I am not some, person that is unsafe for your child to be around. Yep. And he then has a conversation with her, and we see this is extremely, a brotherly. I'm a big brother. She annoys me, but I'm still gonna do what she says because I don't want her to do it alone, and I don't want her to risk her life. Every time she mentions something, you could tell he's like, no, he's like, okay.
Yeah.
So where do I get it? Where do I go? He's like an unknowing little sister that is on this mission and he wants to protect her. And I find it very sweet. I think the relationship between them has turned into something very nice. Not even platonic. I would say an innocent,
brotherly,
sisterly sort of thing. Yeah. I think it's very cute. I think it's adorable the way that he wants to care for people, not just Julie, because if somebody is in need, we see that Randall is the first one to help. So it wouldn't even matter if Julie was a little boy or a little girl.
It would be the same thing. Yeah.
It would be the same thing.
It would be the same thing. Yeah. He's just, and again, he's just trying to help her just because of the shared trauma that they went through. That's really what their kind of relationship stems from. They were both kind of taken over by this same cicada entity thing. They were both possessed by this same thing. Same thing happened to both of them. That kind of thing is going to trauma bond you with someone. And right from the very beginning, I think a lot of us noticed that this was always going to be just a brother-sister relationship. I think we could kind of always see that. And I feel like this episode was just kind of like maybe clarifying that for anyone who maybe thought that this was maybe going somewhere else. It's not. It never was going to. They were always going to be just kind of brother-sister. And that's what they were meant to be. That's what this on-screen kind of partnership was meant to be. But yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see where they go. We know they're going to continue to keep story walking. We see them have a pretty interesting story walking encounter later on in the episode that we'll talk about. But yeah, I thought this was a really good scene. Just kind of maybe just drawing that line and just like very much clarifying that this is very much just a brother-sister relationship. Nothing else. And it was never going to be anything else.
Always has been, always will be. It doesn't matter what place you are. There is nothing in the world that could get you to do something that is horrendous. She's a child. She's a kid. It doesn't matter.
Uncle Randall. Even Uncle Randall is
exactly. He's a helper. He is a good person. I think he has shown that despite his appearance, he looks very mean. But inside, he has a very helping, loving heart. And of course, Tabitha and Jim, they have to ask these questions. They have to wonder, are you safe for my child to be around? I don't knock them for wondering.
Of
The
course.
world is the world, they live trying to protect their children. So you have to wonder when you see your child hanging out with Victor, when you see your child hanging out with Randall, uh, if they're safe or not. That is your responsibility as a parent. So I don't knock her down for just
No,
saying,
no.
my child trusts you. Please don't do anything to mess
Yes.
this trust up. And
Yeah.
of course, he's a good person, so he's not going to do any of that. Now,
No.
let's move on from that to the person that was the story walker. I found it really interesting
Fred.
because we talked about
Good
this in the
old Fred.
pre-show.
Yeah.
We talked about this in the pre-show. And Golden Child, you're saying that this is a reference. I don't know what that reference is. So if you could tell me, what stood out to me was that Fred was a cousin, right? Like a distant cousin of the Kramanako or of the main character in the story. And he could story walk and go on adventures, right?
Yeah.
So in the pre-show, we talked about why can Julie do this and other people not? And I introduced the idea that it is because if she is related to these children, she would be like stepsister, right? Like one of the stepchildren.
It's hereditary from Tabitha. Yeah.
Well, she's related to these kids, right? So who would she be to the other kids? If the other kids were like cousins, she in fact would be a distant cousin who is able to story walk to the other children, sister to one, cousin to the others. So I think that in itself gave me maybe some confirmation. She's special because she's within the bloodline of whoever comes to be the Kramanako, right?
Yeah. I think that just makes more sense than her just kind of getting these abilities because they all got possessed by that cicada-like entity. After finding out who Tabitha is, where she comes from, Julie's relationship to her, all the previous incarnations, the Yankui children, it just seems like, Julie just comes from a special bloodline, and that's where her powers come from. Maybe were always inside of her. They were just lying dormant until she got here in Fromville, and they kind of awoken inside of her. But yeah, I don't think it's, and again, I think that's why we haven't seen Randall and Marielle develop any kind of abilities. And I don't think we will. Again, I think this is something that is just specific to Julie. But who knows? Who knows? I could be wrong. So is Julie the one opening the cabinets after Jim's death? She was looking for a bookmark. Maybe that was it the whole time. It was Julie opening and shutting these things, looking for a damn bookmark.
And I love Jeremy here, our Jeremy number 2 in the chat response. As far as we know, Julie can be a ghost story walking. So probably not, right? And Mystic here in the chat is, stirring up some trouble. Mystic says, what about if Randall is Thomas?
Oh, what if Randall is Thomas? I mean, we've heard a lot of varying theories, I'll say, in terms of a lot of people thinking certain characters are Thomas. Like the whole Thomas thing has been a big theory, point for many seasons up until now, just because it's so mysterious. It's one of those incidents is that we just don't really know much about. All we have is what we've heard. But yeah, I don't know. For me, I tend to think Thomas is gone. I tend to think Thomas probably isn't going to play a part in the storyline really at all, unless it is under the circumstances that you talked about, PM, in terms of us finding out that it was actually Julie that caused the death of Thomas simply by trying to go back and save him. She ended up by proxy causing the events that led to his death, or a bootstrap paradox that she kind of puts in place. Other than that, I couldn't really see Thomas really playing a big role in the story.
Yeah, I don't think so. I know that they have introduced the story of saving Thomas, which is why a lot of people are looking for Thomas.
That's a good point.
They keep referencing this. So why keep bringing it up? At this point, it's like Ethan brought it up, Julie brought it up. They keep talking about it. We hear Thomas on the radio, or somebody pretending to be Thomas. So they keep bringing him up. And it makes sense why people would say, maybe he's in here. Maybe he can be safe. Maybe, time in this Twilight Zone sort of town will allow for Thomas to somehow be alive. So it makes sense why people wonder about that.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Stuffy D 370. Again, love that fucking name, Stuffy D. I wonder if the bookmarks have to do with the items in town because the man in yellow, Sophia, talked about the items in the storage like they were memories / pieces of the people of the town's past. That's actually a very good point. That's actually a very good point. We do see Sophia and Sarah when they're in that storage, in that storage room. Sophia's talking about all of these things like they are living memories of people. And we've seen that she likes taking souvenirs from people. We've saw, she likes taking teeth from her victims, just like the monsters like taking souvenirs from their victims, whether it's teeth or clothes or whatever. So they like taking things, stuff like that. So yeah, I guess I suppose anything is possible that that there maybe some of these items can be used as bookmarks. Maybe, yeah, I think it's definitely a possibility. Maybe, maybe that's something Julie needs to test out. Maybe she needs to test it out. Because again, it looked like the paper thing didn't exactly work like she hoped it would. Not like she hoped it would. But let's continue. Let's see what else we got. I hope the seizures will be explained because it's curious. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the seizures, at least we got some partial explanation for at least some of them. We know the man in yellow can cause seizures in people. He caused the one that the priest had on the way in. But then, yeah, we have the rash of all these other seizures, right? The one Sarah has had, Ethan has had, Elgin has had. It's been a lot of different seizures. Is the man in yellow responsible for all of them? Or is something else causing some of these? Because again, some of these seizures seem to bring on certain visions, if nothing else. Like Elgin in particular, when he had his seizure, it took him all season, but eventually he remembered that the boy in white gave him a message about the nursery rhyme. Here they come for three unless you stop the melody. So yeah, I don't know. I guess it's a possibility that these seizures are coming from multiple sources. Maybe it's not all the man in yellow. Yeah, definitely a possibility. Definitely a possibility. All right, let's see what else we got here. Up next, after Julie and Randall, we have the Tabitha and Randall scene that we talked about. Tabitha just being a protective mother, and I think we can understand that. But next we have Colony House and the departure for another food run. Looks like Donna is leaving Kenny partially in charge of Colony House when she takes off for this newest food run. And we know how that's going to go. We know how that's going to go next week. We got how many people on this food run? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it looks like we got around 6 people here in total. I was wondering this. How many people are actually going on this food run? And that does look like about 6 people. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, looks around 6 people. Let's get that other look again. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Donna makes 6. Okay, so we got 6 people going on this excursion, 6 people going on this trek to go and find more food. Now, it looks like we are going to have, again, based on the trailers that we have seen, we do know that we're going to have a demonic Kool-Aid man bursting into some of these cabins at Cannibal Village in one of these next few episodes. So at least we know. At least we have a head count now in terms of how many people are there, how many people are going to be present during this this Cannibal Village attack, the attack on the ruined settlement from these demonic Kool-Aid men. I guess we'll find out, but again, it's good to at least have a number. It's good to at least know that there are 6 people going on this little excursion. And I'm looking forward to seeing that. I think that's going to be an interesting scene. Again, I know a lot of us have been discussing that we really wish that we didn't see that scene in the trailer. Like we could only imagine what that episode would have felt like if we didn't know that scene was coming, and then boom, we just see this fucking demonic Kool-Aid man bursting down this fucking wall, getting into the cabins at Cannibal Village. Like, that would have been such a just crazy scene. If we didn't know that was coming, that would have been fucking nuts. But even though we do know it's coming, I'm still very much looking forward to it nonetheless. I'm still hoping it's going to be interesting. And I'm hoping that we're going to get some other scenes with these things that we haven't seen in the trailer particularly. We do have that one other scene of the scarecrow, and it looks like it's walking up to someone and then bending down and reaching and grabbing towards them. Could that be what the young Tabitha saw? We know that young Tabitha saw something when she looked up at the Red Rock and got really, really afraid at whatever was standing in front of her. Maybe it was one of these things. Maybe one of these things is what originally scared the young Tabitha. But we're going to get into these things a little bit more because we have a very interesting foreshadowing for the living scarecrows at the very end of this episode. Very interesting foreshadowing for them. But here we have Fatima and Elgin. And Fatima is getting ready to build what many of you did guess correctly is a creature, a golem. And again, a lot of you did have this theory that Fatima was building some sort of creature. We even talked a little bit last week about her playing Victor Frankenstein in a sense. And she is. And I love that they're going in this direction. I can't wait to see what happens with this freaking golem scene. Like, is this thing really going to come to life? Is this going to be more metaphorical? What exactly is going to happen with this golem scene? And I guess that is going to be my first poll that I put in the chat for you guys to answer. Will this golem come to life? Yes or no? Let me know in the chat what you guys think. Give me your thoughts and theories. And of course, vote on the poll. I will make it up right now. And let me know what you think. PM, when you saw this scene, what was your initial reaction? Do you think that there's any chance that this golem is going to get brought to life? Or do you think this is going to be more spiritual, metaphorical for Fatima to heal?
I mean, anything could happen. I would have said no. No, because that would look ridiculous. This like golem like made out of mud attacking them.
Yeah.
But we have
She got to shape this thing a little better. She got to shape this thing a little
we
better.
have scarecrows now that come to life and beat up people. So anything is possible. Now,
Yeah.
I tend to think no. And the reason why is because from what I gather, she's making the golem as a protector, right?
Exactly.
As a trophy protector of sorts, a hero to them. And Boyd says, we
Champion.
could use it.
Yeah, we could use a champion around here. Yeah.
And she said, he can feel that I'm afraid. This makes me feel better. This makes me feel like I have
gives her strength, control.
Exactly. And so she's maybe utilizing it as a way to internally feel the power that she is manifesting through this champion, right? So I'm going to go ahead and give you, because what was I thinking when I saw this? I'm going to give you half a point, Jeremy, because you mentioned the whole idea last week of her and Frankenstein. She is bringing something to life potentially. And I'm going to give me half a point, right? Because why not? I'm giving the points away.
Why not?
Because it is a protection symbol. When I saw that she was making
it is for protection. Yeah.
I thought she's going to make a talisman. She's going to make a ginormous talisman so that she could feel safer, right? And so it's not a talisman, but it's still a symbol of protection, a champion.
Still a symbol of protection.
So I get half a point, okay?
You get half a point, indeed. Indeed. Hell yes, I want a golem emoji ready for our next stream. You got it, Golden Child. You guys got it. Golem emoji coming up. We were wondering what exactly was she building. I mean, we did some research into mud mounds and found some interesting things pertaining to the womb of the earth and all of that stuff. It looks like they're going in a totally different direction, which I absolutely freaking love. The dirt she's using to make the golem is cursed. I mean, could it be? Could it be? I mean, that's a very good point. I was going to wonder. I mean, this isn't normal, right? This is Fromville. We just saw what happened to this land in season 3. It completely turned against all the crops and just killed everything. So yeah, how are we supposed to know that if Fatima's building some kind of golem? I mean, she's building it here in Fromville, after all, surrounded by evil. It seems like evil has permeated this place. Has evil permeated the very ground of Fromville to the point where if she builds something like this, that, yeah, it's going to turn out to be evil? Could this thing get out of her control? Could she be building a nightmare that they're going to have to contend with? And as you mentioned, PM, could that also lead to what is being burnt in the front yard of Colony House in that one little snippet? So yeah, I think that's a really good point to bring up, Wander. I think it's a very, very good point to bring up. This is Fromville, after all. This place could potentially be cursed. The very land could be cursed, for all we know.
Yes. I like how you said that, Jeremy. I was gonna wonder. You were wondering a little wonder. Well, somebody said this, and I don't know if that was you, Radiance. Let me know if it was you. But I recall a comment from one of the videos of last week where they said, he is bringing very specific dirt. Could this be the same dirt that she was digging up when she was about to give birth to Smiley? Remember, she gets to the ground, and that's how she discovers the latch, because she starts digging
She has to
at
move
this
the
dirt, and
out
it
of the
looks
way.
very similar.
Uh-huh.
And I thought, why would you want the dirt from the birth side of Smiley? Like, that seems
True.
like bad dirt, but it could be. Maybe she said, go get me this very specific dirt. I'm going to use it to make a champion and somehow reverse, this fear. But I wouldn't use that dirt.
No, I wouldn't either.
I thought it was a cool idea that they had, because that would be a very bad omen.
It would
and
be.
I like how you guys are mentioning she told Elgin, go ahead, bring me water and dirt, and then slammed the door in his face. Like, okay, that's it. All I need.
No, nothing else needs to be said. No, yeah, you're right. You're right. I guess it's definitely at the very least an interesting question to bring up. Where did Elgin get this dirt from? Is this just any old dirt that he just found in the woods at Fromville? Probably, maybe, but yeah. Regardless of where it came from, even if this is just regular old dirt from the woods, is it still cursed? As Wander with Radiance brings up, it could be. It very well could be. We have no idea what's going on with this place. Could the evil have literally permeated the ground, for all we know? Maybe Fatima is about to build or bring something to life that is monstrous. And again, that also does go align a little bit more into Victor Frankenstein and the creation that Victor Frankenstein goes on to create, and how much he regrets creating this thing as soon as he's done creating it, after he sees what he's done, after he sees the horror of what he's committed. Could we see Fatima heading for a similar kind of path if this thing does come to life and it does turn out to be some kind of monster that potentially hurts people? Could this even be what Kenny uses the freaking machetes on at some point? We know Kenny's going to use those machetes on something at some point in the season based on what Ricky He has revealed. But yeah, I think that's a very interesting possibility that you guys bring up about the dirt, the earth potentially already being cursed, and that maybe Fatima is about to bring something to life that she maybe should have left lying alone. And yeah, that could be, again, so many Frankenstein parallels where, if that is the case, I might have to do a Fatima Frankenstein video in and of itself at this point. You guys know I like my Frankenstein. But yeah,
she did give birth to a monster, so you don't have to look far for the metaphor there. She birthed Smiley. She birthed a monster that she very much regrets, that she attempted to not give birth to, but everybody could continue saying this is a positive thing. Life is a positive thing. And we know from Frankenstein and other stories, not all life is a positive thing. Some life is positive, but creation for creation's sake sometimes is not good, right? Where there is no love for your creation. But I really do have a problem with Kenny. So when Kenny tells Boyd, which is the scene that's coming up right after this, Kenny tells Boyd Fatima is playing in the mud, right? Fatima is making this thing and it's a mess. Fatima's playing in the mud, Boyd, and she's not the same. That is not the Fatima that I know. And you
Yeah.
know that that's not the Fatima that you know. I did have a problem with that because it shows that Kenny does not understand what Fatima went through. It doesn't matter how much you wish for her to be who she was before she gave birth to a monstrous creature. She's never going to
Mhm.
be that person. And
She's
she
changed.
herself said that to Elgin. She
She's
said, "We
different.
are forever changed."
Yeah.
So Kenny's saying this is not the Fatima that we know. She's doing something different. He should encourage it. He should encourage her being creative. He should encourage her talking to people about what she's feeling and going through and expressing herself. She's never going to
Mhm.
be the same. There are things that happen in your life that change you, and you can't go back to who you used to be. So,
Yeah.
him making that comment just shows, Kenny, you're such a young man. You don't understand what has just happened to this girl.
Yeah.
The fact
Yeah.
that one, she couldn't even have children. Two, they get her excited or try to get her excited with the idea that she could have a child with her husband, her
Yeah.
newlywed husband that she's
Yeah.
excited about. And then it becomes a monster
The
egg
worst
that
part of her
comes
life.
out of her. Yeah. She's not
Yeah.
going to be the same. Come on.
No.
Get out of here,
No.
Kenny.
How could you ever? I mean, she literally gave birth to a monster, and not just any monster. She gave birth to fucking Smiley. She
Mhm.
gave birth to Smiley. She's Smiley's fucking mom. That is not something you get over. That is not something that you just, oh, okay, I can, I can process this and then move on. No, that is something that forever changes you for the rest of your life. So yeah, Kenny is not understanding that. He's not seeing that here yet. He is not quite getting it.
But I do love how Boyd processes this. Instead of saying,
Yeah,
"Okay, Kenny, let's get her to stop doing this," he goes in
he's
there. He's like, "Have you told Ellis? What are you doing? How can we help you?" So it just shows once again, right? When I see that, I'm like, that is why Boyd is such a great dad. He's such a
yeah,
great person, such a great dad at handling everything with care and handling Fatima with care, knowing that she's going through something.
yeah.
I just thought it was very cute moment between daughter-in-law and father-in-law. He treated
Yeah,
her very well, seeing her do
he did.
something insane.
He did. He did. And that's the thing. Like, he didn't go in and freak out and tell her, what are you doing? This is crazy. This is, he was he was very careful with it. He was very caring with how he handled this. He saw, it's like he just saw on Fatima's face. He saw inside of her that this is something she needs. This is something that she needs to do to feel safe. And I think Fatima kind of did a pretty good job of eventually conveying it in that way. She says, this is what makes me strong. This is how I fight back. And sometimes that's really all you can give a person is what they think is a fighting chance. If Fatima believes this is giving her a chance, that's sometimes all you can give people. Sometimes and you have to allow them to have that. And yeah, I think Boyd recognizes that in that moment, and he doesn't try and stop her or anything like that. Which I think was very much the right way to play it. I totally understand Kenny going to get Boyd, in the manner that he did, but yeah, I'm really glad with how Boyd handled it for sure. And yeah, this is 100% true. I absolutely love the use of so many different belief systems. That's something we have loved about this show as well. And I'm so glad that you bring that up, Enchanted Blue Demon. Love that because we do. We've seen since the very beginning of the show, since its inception, we've seen so much different inspiration from so many different cultures and mythologies all over the world. And you can see how they are very well researched and using these things and implementing these kind of aspects into their story. It's not like they just kind of Google Norse mythology and throw something in the story that echoes it. You can tell that they definitely had, took their time to understand some of these cultures and some of these mythologies before they wove it into their story. And yeah, this is another good example of that.
Yeah. I really like Enchanted Blue Demon, your name, first of all. And second of all, the way that Fatima describes it. She
Yeah.
describes it to Boyd as, my father used to speak about different cultures and the beliefs and the things that they did, and it was forbidden. but he would still speak about it because his point was everything is leading us the same way towards goodness, right? So who cares what it is that is leading you that direction, as long as it's leading you to goodness, to being a good person. And I couldn't agree more. When I heard that, I thought that's exactly it. I am all for believing whatever you want to believe, as long as that is that, this thing, whatever entity, God, whoever is making you a better person. You're waking up and you are being a good person in society, helpful. You're being good. You're not hurting anybody. You are aiming for goodness. Then believe in whatever you want. Like that's nobody's business,
Yeah.
And I think that was the point that she was trying to make. Like, she knows about this because her father would teach her about all different cultures and all different rituals and things that people did. And I thought, wow, her dad sounds like a really cool person. He sounds like he was somebody that really believed in humanity as a whole. We know that he was killed for his beliefs. So he sounds like a really cool dad that Fatima had.
Mm-hmm. And as the JH review brings up in epic and accurate fashion as well, Fatima totally just used Elgin. Yeah, as soon as she was done with his ass, she just booted him right out. And that is kind of how it happened. That is kind of how it happened. She got the dirt that she needed, and she said, "Okay, Elgin, bye, see ya." She did that. She did a little bit of that for sure. And the episode should already be out. If you are a member of MGM Plus and you live in the States, whether you're MGM Plus or even if you're a member through Amazon, at this point, even Amazon people should have it as well. The episode dropped at midnight Eastern Standard Time. Again, that's if you're a member of MGM Plus and you live in the States. We get access to the episodes right at midnight. That is when they drop them for everyone. For everybody else in other various countries around the world, everybody else gets it around Monday the latest, from what we're hearing. Canada, other parts of the globe, usually Monday is when everybody else gets it. I don't know why MGM does that. Again, definitely not, you would love for everyone to get it all at the same time. I mean, that would be ideal. But that is why we do these watch parties every week. I mean, this, of course, is the after show, so the watch party is already done. But every week we do a pregame show here on the channel that leads right into a watch party. And anyone that doesn't have access to the episode right at midnight, like everyone that lives in the States, you'll have an option to go into the Discord and view it in there. Our other co-host Ravener streams the episodes every week right in the Discord as soon as they drop at midnight. So even if you don't have access to them, you can still watch them with us every week. But you got to get here for the pregame show so you can get the link to the watch party. But yeah, unfortunately, they just don't release them at the same time everywhere, all over the world. It's they stagger the release, unfortunately.
Yeah. And I wanted to bring this comment up here, Jeremy, because we love all opinions, okay? We don't just have people that agree with our love for Boyd. You know that we are Boyd stans.
And we love Faith.
Some of our favorite people here in the chat, like Faith
too. Yeah, we love
he does not like Sarah, and look at the way he talks about Boyd. But I love the way that you look at things, because can I say that it's not true? Technically, I can't. He says Boyd abuses his power, protecting his minions. Oof. He covered for Fatima killing Tilly and told Elgin he'd tell the town he killed Tilly if he told them about Sarah taking his eye. Dirty tactics.
True. Not only that he would tell everyone that you killed Tilly, but also that he'd throw him in the fucking box, and that you I'll execute you. I'll let everybody know that you killed Tilly, and then I'm gonna throw your ass in the fucking box. So I mean, again, FaZe, you bring up some valid points here, my friend. You bring up some valid points. Is this an abuse of power on Boyd's part? I mean, I suppose I can understand people seeing that as dirty tactics. I mean, I think Boyd is doing what he can to survive. I think he's always up against the gun in terms of having two decisions.
Did you just say up against the gun?
Yeah, he's always. He
shot his wife, Jeremy. That is very distasteful.
It's just a saying. Sorry, but he's up against it.
Just
He's always up against the wall, and he's always kind of forced to have to make a choice between two really bad options. It's not like Boyd ever has like a good option and a bad option, like we've talked about in the past. It's usually the lesser of two evils. Which decision is less shitty is usually what Boyd is faced with. And I think he's done the best he could with what he's been given. But again, FaZe, you bring up, just playing devil's advocate, you bring up some interesting points in terms of Boyd doing some questionable things. He's not perfect by any means. That's for sure.
Yeah, we represent every opinion in this channel, and can we deny that what you're bringing up is a fact? No. Facts.
No, it's facts. Some facts there. Yeah.
I would word them a little differently, but I love that somebody in the chat, and this is what I like about different points of views. When you have a dialogue and everybody doesn't agree, it makes for the best type of dialogue, and it's so fun. People told FaZe in the chat, hey, you have to go back to Boyd's number one rule: a man protects his family. FaZe. And FaZe, of course, smart mouth FaZe comes up with a man also shoots his family.
Oof, 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 oof. Damn.
Ouch.
Damn. Hey.
But can we deny it? No, we can't. Well, we can, sir. We can't deny it.
Oh, shit. Hey, I mean, you bring up some interesting points, FaZe. A man also shoots his family. Fuck me. Fuck me, that's dark. But again, I can't dispute what you're saying, FaZe. You are talking in actual facts of the TV show. Boyd was forced to kill his own family. Yeah, you bring up some interesting points. Against Boyd's leadership, that he maybe hasn't made the best choices at every single turn. But again, I think that's normal given the circumstances. I think again, Boyd has done as good as he can with this shit show that has been heaped on him. But again, playing devil's advocate, you make some really good points.
You do. And if you don't like Boyd and you don't like Sarah, FaZe, let us know in the chat. Who do you like? I mean, if you don't like Boyd, I don't know. Do you like Jade? Maybe you like Jade. But yeah, let's move on to the next.
Well, Henry, House of Mystics does just bring one more good point on to tag on to the whole Abby thing. I mean, we have seen this in many different movies and such. Yeah, if Boyd knows how to shoot, is there a way that he could have possibly shot Abby without killing her? So I think that's a fair question to ask. Is there a possibility Boyd could have maybe had a non-lethal shot? I don't know. I mean, trying to put myself inside Boyd's state of mind when that's happening, I think his training just kicked in. And for someone like Boyd, who is in the military, I imagine his training is very much grouping at center mass, multiple shots until the target's down. I imagine that is just his natural training kicking in, because you notice he doesn't just shoot her once; he double taps her. And I have to imagine that was probably it. His training kicks in and he shoots to kill because he's trained to shoot to kill. He's not trained to shoot to wound. So I get the feeling it was something like that, where again, it's a split-second decision. It's not like he has a whole lot of time to think, oh, let me shoot her in the leg, let me shoot her in the arm, see if that'll work. All he sees is someone about to kill his son, and all he sees is a threat that he has to put down. So I think his training just kind of kicks in, and he just naturally double taps her, probably right in center mass, and kills her. But I think it's at least an interesting question to bring up. Is there a possibility where Boyd maybe could have shot Abby to wound her and not kill her? I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think that's a possibility for Boyd, or was it just too much of a split-second decision where it just happened?
I mean, I really like your answer, Jeremy. I really like your answer. I was you know what? Maybe he could have. But no, I think that you make a lot of sense. This was a split-second decision. You can't leave it to chance. It has to be certain death. for whoever is threatening your child. So
Mhm.
unfortunately, yeah, I like your answer. I'm gonna go with your answer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I could see that being the case. Like, if nothing else, just knowing Boyd's background, knowing that he is of a military background, I have to imagine he is trained to shoot to kill, especially when you think about some of the places that he's served all over the world where he's had to kind of, turn shitholes into livable places, which is probably incredibly dangerous depending on what part of the world he's in. I have to imagine Boyd is someone who has been in many firefights and during his service, and is no stranger to actually having to discharge his gun. So yeah, I just have to imagine his training probably just kicked in that moment and double tap, center mass, drop the target, drop the threat, and that's really all is going through his mind. It's reflex at that point. I imagine it's not until afterwards that it really kind of hits him like what he just had to do. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe there's a possibility he could have just wounded her. I don't know. I don't know. I am no expert. That's for sure. I am no expert. Yeah, could he have shot her in the kneecap? Maybe. Again, maybe. I'm no expert. That's just my personal opinion that I think his training just kicked in. But is there a possibility where he could have been able to have a split second to think about it first and then make a decision? In that case, could he have done something else? Maybe. Again, I don't know. I've never been put in that situation, and hopefully I never have to. So when you have to make that split second decision, that is going to have just lasting consequences in terms of your life, the person's life that's on the other end of the gun, the person's life that you're trying to save. I have to imagine that all of that stuff just doesn't have time to enter your mind in a split second like that, and you're kind of just going off reflex.
And I mean, he definitely regrets it, regardless of what it could have been, shoulda, woulda, coulda. He regrets it. He definitely, thinks about it every day. He has nightmares about it. We see that. We see that they're becoming more frequent. That is something new. Because in the past, yeah, he used to see Abby, visions, flashes of Abby, but now it's becoming more frequent that he's waking up and he's sweating and he's having the nightmare. So he definitely regrets it. I do get the sense that they had a beautiful marriage. He thinks about her, and every time that he sees her, it's her smiling at him in the car. He was in love with her. I do like that marriage. That storyline was very sweet. But let's move on to the next scene, right?
Yes.
2 hours, and we're only 25 minutes in.
Yeah, here we get a little bit more of Julie and Randall, a little bit more of the same. They're doing research. They're trying to figure out a little bit more about story walking, and we're going to see Julie continue to put that into play, which we see a little bit later. Then, of course, we get back to Fatima. She's building her golem, and that scene that we talked about a little bit earlier. Boyd, he's not trying to stop her. He's not trying to say, "Hey, what are you doing? This is nuts. Stop." He's giving this to her. He's realizing this is what Fatima needs to heal. This is her grieving process. This is her healing process. So he lets her do it. Then, of course, we get to Cannibal Village, or close to Cannibal Village, and we get the scene, the preview scene that we were looking at in the pregame show. Here we get the full version of it. And again, same scene that we saw earlier of Donna basically just telling Tabitha, like, hey, like, you better not leave me a note like that ever again. I don't want you leaving it.
You better not leave your kids with me.
You better not leave your kids with me.
You better not leave those bad kids with me.
You better not leave those damn kids with me. If something dangerous needs to happen, I'll fucking do it. And that's pretty much all it was. Donna just telling Tabitha exactly that. If something really, if one of us needs to risk our lives, I'll be the one to do it, not you. And again, it just felt like this was a foreshadowing for Donna's death. I feel like this is at least just from a writing standpoint, just thinking as a pure writer, a scene like this is the perfect setup for killing a character off later on down the line. Doesn't have to be right away. It's not like Donna's going to die next episode. It might not be until the final season. But this definitely felt like it was one of those scenes, where it's heavily foreshadowing how Donna is going to die at some point in the future. And that is doing something that maybe Tabby was going to do originally. Donna does it herself to keep Tabby safe, or she dies keeping Tabby's children safe. Either way, this scene just felt like heavy foreshadowing for Donna's death.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that, but all I could think about was, to me, this was hilarious. This was a hilarious scene. It's one of those not intentional funny moments for me. Look at Donna's face. First of all, she's a bad babysitter. The one time that
Very
she was
true.
watching the house, Julie left. She went into the haunted woods where bad things happen. And then Ethan snuck out when Acosta refused to pick him up from the streets. Like, the
Yeah.
kids were running the streets and she didn't even know that they were missing. But yet,
Yeah.
Tabitha decides, I'm gonna leave a note for Donna. She's the perfect person to leave my children with.
Yeah.
I just think that this was getting the point across to Tabitha. Everybody tells her you're not alone, and she says everybody keeps telling me that. But at the same time, I found it interesting that she's saying you're not alone. I'll do the dangerous stuff. You stay with your kids. Don't you dare leave me with those kids. I don't want to receive a note. I don't want to talk to them about you being gone. Keep your kids together. Okay. You and the kids go together. Somebody needed to tell Tabitha that. Start hanging out with your children. Keep your children with you, girl. If you're going somewhere, take them with you. Don't leave
Yeah.
them behind, or don't go anywhere that's
Or don't
dangerous.
go.
Get somebody else to do it. So I immediately thought that's why Ethan's toys are at the lighthouse. If she ever does go back into the lighthouse to try to figure something out, she's probably going to take her children, because this is a very kind, as a mother, this is a very kind way of somebody telling you, yeah, if you're gone, don't count on me. That's not what you want to hear. If you have a child, you don't want to hear somebody telling you, oh, hey, I never want to get a note. It's like, yeah, of course you don't want me to die. You want them to say, anything happens to you, I got you. I'll take care of your kids. That's
Yeah.
what you want to hear. But
That's
that's
what you
not
wanna
what
hear.
Donna is saying. What
Yeah.
Donna is saying, never leave a note like that ever again. I do not want to have to tell your kids that you're gone. She's saying,
Yeah.
don't count on me. When times are tough, I will not be there to carry on. Do not count on me. That's what she's saying. And when you hear that as a mother, it's like, okay, so next time I want to go on an adventure, I really can depend on Donna. She straight up told me, take care of your damn kids. That's what she said to her. And so, I think that next time that she goes, and we see that she already started doing it, because she said, Ethan, come on, let's go to the river. What is it called?
The
river of
Lake
tears?
of Tears.
The
The
lake.
Lake of Tears.
Exactly. So she's already doing it. She took it to heart. She's already saying, you know what? Let's go. I'm going to take my kids with me.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, very true. I mean, like you said, yeah, I mean, Donna is, she doesn't want to, she doesn't want that responsibility. Maybe she just doesn't want to have to take that on. Yes, she cares about Tabitha's kids. She loves Tabitha's kids. I think if Tabitha were to ultimately die, Donna would take care of them. But
Yeah.
Donna is very much of a mind where if something's going to have to happen, I'll do it. I don't want to have to take care of your kids. I don't want to have to be the one to tell them their mom died. I don't want to have to be the one to show them and know that their mom left. So yeah, I totally get it. And I think, again, just for me, just from a writing standpoint, a scene like this, it reads so much like foreshadowing. Like it's a foreshadowing for how Donna will eventually die at some point, protecting the Matthews family. And I think that's as good a way as any for her to go eventually. But
I would
yeah,
like she goes protecting Fatima. We know
that's good
that
too. That's another
Fati
good one.
is
That's another good
Fati
one.
has been very close to Donna. I was surprised when Donna kicked her out of the house just because she was
Yeah.
eating people. I mean,
You're only eating people. I mean, like, come on, is that against the rules? I
come
thought this
on.
was fucking Colony House.
She's the princess of Colony House.
So
Like,
much
can a
for
girl
living
live?
every day like it's your last.
Exactly. So much for that. You didn't even like Nikki. You didn't even like that girl, the one that she ate. Um,
Yeah, nobody
but
liked Mickey. Who
her
cares?
protecting
He's
Ellis,
already
she
dead.
has kind of stepped up to the motherly role with Ellis and Fatima.
Mhm.
Ellis felt
Yeah,
comfortable, and he always goes to Donna. He felt comfortable enough to move in to live with her, and
yeah,
Donna's very protective of Ellis.
yeah.
And any time that Ellis wanted to tattletale on Boyd, he would go straight to Donna to be
Uh-huh.
like, "Hey, my dad's about to do something. You better go scream at him."
Yeah, yeah, go
Um,
yell at my
so
dad.
if he was to die protecting those two, I think it would be a nice full circle moment if
Yeah,
she's protecting anyone. The
yeah.
Matthews family, yes, she likes them. Yes, she babysat them once, but it's a little bit more removed than Fatih and
She
Ellis.
spent a lot more time with Fatima and Ellis, lived with them for a lot longer.
Victor
Yeah,
could
yeah.
be
Victor,
Victor. She loved
Victor.
Victor like a
Yeah,
son.
yeah. Very true. Very true. Yeah. Donna was the ultimate mom to Colony House. I mean, she looked at that place as it was her children. These not her children, but this was her family. These were her family members. And like we were talking about earlier during the pregame show, Donna was very much one of those kind of few characters who maybe didn't want to leave Fromville. Maybe doesn't want to go back to the real world. Maybe knows that she has much more here than she ever will have back there, knowing that if we all go home, all of these people are going to go back to their lives. They're all going to go back to their places, to their loved ones, and I'm going to be left all alone. But here in Fromville, I have this whole community, this whole family of people that I care for and that care for me. So you could totally understand Donna in season 1 when she was freaking out after the radio was getting built. Like she was like, fuck. She was faced with the possibility of leaving this place and losing everything that she has to care about, especially considering it seems like she doesn't really have any family on the outside now that her sister's gone. So yeah, I think Donna is very, similar to Victor in a sense where this is her home. This is kind of, this is her home for better or for worse. And even with the monsters, at least here, the monsters have the decency of showing you who they are, not hiding behind a human face. At least not always, anyway. But yeah, again, when I see this scene, it just felt like foreshadowing. So I could totally see her dying, protecting the Matthews family, or definitely you could totally see her dying, protecting Ellis and Fatima. Definitely.
Yeah. And we skipped over it because we talked about it, but I just want to briefly touch on it one more time.
Yeah.
They surprised me. That's the thing that I love about From.
Mm-hmm.
We looked at that mud pile and we thought about everything in the world but a golem. I don't think I saw anybody guess golem. She's going to make a golem. And there's going to be Lord of the Rings references with the golden ring, the precious little golden ring, and her golem. How many of you in the chat were surprised by the fact that she was making a golem? Out of all of the things that she could be making, it was a golem. Were you surprised, Jeremy?
I was a little bit, yes. I was definitely a little bit surprised. I didn't think she was going to be built. I mean, again, I know we talked a little bit about the possibility of her building some kind of creature with the whole Frankenstein type thing. And I just giving the chat their credit, a few people did say maybe she is building a golem. And again, I don't, when I saw the circle, like when I saw the shape of it, it just didn't look like anything humanoid. It didn't look like it was going to be anything that could like stand up. It looked like just a mound. And even someone in the chat was saying, if she's building a golem, how come she's got multiple different mounds all over the floor? Which she does. Like when we see that one shot of her when Boyd first enters the room, she's got like 3 different mounds all over the place. It doesn't look like she's just building one thing. But then again, maybe she's just building separate pieces that she's going to assemble. I don't know. But yeah, when I saw the shape of it in the trailer, you guys know what I thought. You and I, we started doing some research into mud mounds and some of their cultural and mystical significance. And one of the things that we came up with that was maybe the closest to something Fatima would be interested in was a representation of the womb of Mother Earth, in a sense of doing a kind of cleansing and a regeneration kind of ritual, as it were. But no, I definitely, again, even though I know some people were wondering if she was building some kind of creature. And even though we talked about the Frankenstein thing, I definitely didn't think she was going to actually be building a freaking golem, for crying out loud. And speaking of the golem, let's look at the poll right now. We have a poll in the chat, and we are asking you guys, will the golem actually come to life? Now, we do know what she's building finally, but that definitely still leaves the question, is this something that's going to come to life? Like, is Fatima actually building a golem that is going to stand up, come to life, whole 9 yards? Or is this more of a metaphorical thing, more of a spiritual representation for something that she believes is going to help her deal with this whole smiley thing? And so far, we have 73% of the chat says yes, the golem will come to life, where 27% says no, the golem won't come to life. So that poll is still up. It is still active. Cast your votes right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let your voice be heard. Will this golem come to life? Yes or no? Yeah, I don't know.
So, Jesse, where are you on this? Is this golem coming to life?
I'm leaning a little bit more towards no, but then again, that one scene I just can't quite shake is the scene that you brought up, the connection that you brought up of the one little shot we get of what appears to be the people at Colony House burning some kind of body on some kind of pyre, like they're burning some kind of body. And from what we can tell up until this point, they don't burn humans. Like, we've never seen anyone die in Fromville and their body get burned or cremated. Now, is this a possibility where whoever dies, whoever that is a shot of, maybe, their custom is cremation, their wishes, maybe that was their last wish. Their wish was to be cremated when they died. So maybe that's what that pyre is. Or maybe that pyre, as you mentioned, PM, maybe that pyre is for this thing, is for whatever Frankenstein monstrosity that she's cooking up here in Colony House. I don't know. Maybe it will come to life. I'm leaning a little bit more towards no, but then again, now that we're heading into territory of living scarecrows and who knows what else, now I feel like almost anything's possible.
Anything is possible. And looking at the question that I asked in the chat, we have some of you. Let's celebrate you. Michael, Blitz, Bella, Samuel, who started talking about it since last year. They all were guessing Golem. And Susie.
You guys are right.
You guys were right. You were guessing Golem out of all the things. Yeah, I did not see a Golem coming. I'm with you. So we do have House of Mystics said House of Mystics was surprised because they thought it was an alien pod that she was building.
An alien pod. I mean, again,
an alien pod.
Anything seems to be possible on this freaking show at this point. Anything seems to be possible. And as Michael brings up here as well, and thank you so much, Michael, for the $2. Very, very much appreciate you. Thank you so much, my friend. Will the golem end up being the scarecrow? Interesting. Now, if I didn't see the scene at the very end of this episode, and if I didn't already see the season 4 trailers, I would think maybe this could be a possibility. But having seen all that already, I don't think so. No, I think that the golem, if the golem does come to life, I'm hoping it's going to be something different than the scarecrows. Because it looks like we have an interesting kind of cliffhanger at the end of this episode that actually involves the scarecrows and us finally learning where these things came from. Because yes, we do see these scarecrow creatures kind of come to life in the season 4 trailer, but we didn't really know where these things are going to come from. We get some interesting clues in the trailer, like them lying on the ground covered in seaweed. But we weren't exactly sure what their origin. Where did these things come from? In this episode, it looks like we might actually finally have gotten that answer. But in terms of this golem becoming one of the scarecrows, I mean, again, I suppose anything's possible, but I guess I'm not expecting it, maybe, is what I'm trying to say. But thank you so much for the $2. Very, very much appreciate that. But yeah, what the hell is going to go on with this freaking golem thing? I don't know, man. I don't know.
Can I read this to you? May I please read this to you? I thought, okay, Fatima gave us the clues. She said, I'm doing this because my father told me of this tradition. This is a Jewish tradition of golems. So let's go down that rabbit hole, guys. Let's research the golem tradition of the Jewish people and if there's burning involved. And I want to read this to you, okay? So the Jewish golem burning ceremony refers to the dismantling or the activation of a clay creature. She is creating a clay creature, specifically in the 16th century Prague legend. There's a rabbi named Loewe. I can't pronounce it, okay, but that's his name. Reverses. So they did a ritual to stop his rampaging golem. He made a golem.
Okay.
The golem went and rampaged all over the
So he had
town,
to stop the
and he
golem.
had to stop the golem by doing a ritual where he burns it. The lifeless body was said to be stored in the attic of Prague's old new synagogue to return to dust. So he made them out of clay and he returned them into dust, which is the clay that he came from. So very Frankenstein, you make this creation and then it goes on a rampage to the point where you have to take control of it and destroy it. She's building it out of clay. She's going to have to burn it and turn it into dust. From dust you came and to dust you shall return, sort of thing.
To dust you shall return. I like it. And again, I like anything that parallels the Frankenstein story, which I'm a huge fan of. I love the real Frankenstein story. I mean, the original novel from Mary Shelley, the actual original version of the story, not the movie adaptations that we've gotten that haven't really been super accurate. I love this idea of Fatima kind of going into this direction. This is fun. Like, this makes her character way more fun. Just for me personally, Fatima's never been my favorite character on the show, really. In terms of like where her storylines have gone, her and Ellis, just never really been my favorite. But now I'm interested. Now I feel like they really gave Fatima something super interesting to do for her storyline this season. And yeah, I want to see where it goes. I want to see where this golem thing is going to go. Will this golem actually be brought to life? Is this something that is actually going to be a quote unquote champion for them, as Boyd was hoping? Or, as some of you in the chat have pointed out, is this going to be something that is corruptible or already corrupted? Knowing that the dirt that she built it with is dirt inside Fromville, a place that could literally have evil seeped into the ground for all we know. So again, I think this is going to be very interesting to see where this goes. If this golem is going to come to life, for one, and if it does, what exactly is it going to do? Is it going to be an ally, or is it going to be a threat to them?
Well, I tend to lean towards it's going to be a bad thing. If this is a Jewish rabbi with a whole ceremony, so he's Jewish, he's a rabbi, he has a whole ceremony, you would think he's doing the process correctly, as it should be, and his golem turns into a golem that attacks the town, why wouldn't hers, right?
Why wouldn't hers?
It would make perfect. She doesn't have it down. She doesn't have access to what she may need for the ritual. She doesn't have a rabbi that can help her with this. So why wouldn't her golem turn into something that turns out to be not a champion of sorts, but a negative entity to contend with?
Yeah. Just another monster that they have to deal with if it doesn't go right. Yeah, I think both are just equally as possible. Absolutely. I think it's, if this thing even does come to life, which it might not, this thing might not even come to life. But if this golem does come to life, yeah, I feel like there's really no indication as to whether it's going to be good or bad. It could literally be either, or both. Could be just a mindless kind of killing machine for all we know. We have no idea what the hell she's doing. We have no idea what she's bringing to life. We have no idea what she's calling forth from, the ether, from wherever. And again, we've talked about the law of thermodynamics on the show more than once. Jade talks about it himself. Energy can't simply be created or destroyed, only transferred from one form to another. So where is Fatima going to get the energy to bring this golem to life without there being some kind of cost? Where is she going to conjure the power to bring this thing to life? She can't just do it out of thin air. not if what the show has been telling us up until this point is true. So I guess that's a big question. How is she going to bring this thing to life? And if she does, what's it going to cost her?
Well, I think that there is a possibility where, like the children, you want or you desire something, which that's what a ritual is. A ritual is your concentration, your meditation upon a goal. That's what a ritual is.
So
So
like a
if you yourself take your energy and you focus it on an outcome, like a tulpa, that is a golem, right? Technically,
Yeah.
you focus all of your energy, you're using that energy inside of you, that focus, that mental meditation, that time, that energy into one single goal, and that is to bring this thing into being. You could
Yeah.
manifest it, right? So it doesn't necessarily have to be using the law of thermodynamics, because now we are entering a magical
A
sort of,
mystical realm. Yeah.
realm where it is your energy being transferred into an object. It is your
Mhm.
energy manifesting things in the real world, which is what I think that the children did
Maybe
when
like
they
what
tell
I
us and
was going to
from.
say, maybe like what the children did. Yeah.
When they tell us and from, somebody who loved the children told them a story, and that story gave them hope that made the roots, that made the tree. They're literally telling us the children manifested this because they had so much hope. They focused all of that hope into having roots that make something in the physical world happen. So this is a story about manifestation, manifesting a
Manifestation
place.
of wills. Yeah, absolutely.
So
Um,
if she wants to focus and have intent in making this golem come to life, I don't see why not.
yeah, maybe she can. Maybe it's not something that she needs energy from. Maybe the children conjured their energy just from their own hope instead of hijacking it from the sacrifice themselves. Very much a possibility. Absolutely. But yeah, thank you so much, Michael, for the two. In terms of the golem being the scarecrow, again, I feel like anything's possible here on this show. But at this point, I'm very much expecting the scarecrows and this golem to be two separate things. And again, something I see at the end of the episode is why I think that. But we saw all that. Let's get back to it. Again, we finally saw Bacta. We've been talking about Bacta almost every week, really, wondering exactly what's going on with Bacta. Where is she? How come we're not getting more from her? How come she's not getting more scenes? And at least in this episode, we got to check in with her a little bit. And I love how they portrayed this scene. Like she's kind of just been running the diner the whole fucking time, even though we've been in this diner multiple times with multiple different characters at multiple different times of the day. And it's always been just dead, empty, nobody behind the counter, nobody there, nothing. But here it's kind of like, oh yeah, we've been open the whole time. We love seeing you in here, Sarah. Hey, pull up a chair. But if nothing else, it's nice to see back there. It's nice that they're giving her some scenes. It's nice that she's still kind of taking care of the bar and carrying on Tien Chen's legacy. But here we see Sarah has heard the voices once again. And it looks like we did finally at least get some kind of confirmation that the man in yellow, or Sophia, might have been causing these voices in Sarah the whole time. Now, I suppose there is still the question as to was Sophia just causing these current voices and just using this to manipulate Sarah? Or were these voices coming from the man in yellow the entire time? I suppose that's still up for debate. It's not really 100% definitive, I guess. But either way, we see that Sarah has got it into her head that she could potentially pass this on to someone. And again, like we talked about earlier, we were a little disappointed that it really didn't take a whole lot for Sarah to get manipulated again. I thought it was going to take a little bit more than this, just a little bit more. I thought she was going to be a
Damn
little bit
it,
stronger than
Sarah.
it. God damn it, Sarah.
God damn it, Sarah. We're trying to get the people on your side, honey.
We are.
I mean,
We're trying.
especially after she had such an epic finale where she says, Elgin, those things lie. Those voices lie. You were never going to get out of here. And he's like, well, the baby's going to save us all. And he's like, no, nothing's going to happen. Okay. They lied to you. And she takes the eye. I'm not going to let them take Boyd's soul. Right. That was so epic for her. And now they're like, go drink water, put it back in,
Go
swish it in
drink
your mouth,
water.
spit it back.
Yeah, go.
And she's like, okay, okay, here I go.
Sophia is literally telling her to go backwash. Go backwash. Literally just go and backwash into that pitcher. That's it. We just want you to backwash. And Sarah's got it in her head that she's gonna like pass on some fucking curse onto someone who drinks this water, yada yada. But yeah, again, I just very disappointed that this is all it took for Sarah to get manipulated. Again, I thought Sarah would have been a little smarter this go around, that these voices are not to be trusted.
I mean, come on,
And
Sarah.
Sophia just throwing herself into the fucking pool. Like, what are you doing? What are you fucking doing?
When I
Fuck
saw
are you
that, I was
doing?
like, damn. I'm like, there goes again. Sophia back on
Talk
her
about
bullshit.
Talk about
Sophia's back on
commitment.
her.
Talk about commitment. Method.
But this
Fucking
is what the
method.
chat had to ask. Didn't anybody, there's a ton of people. You're looking out the window, you're having your food, you're walking around town. Didn't anybody see her like throw herself?
Yeah, did nobody see
Like,
her like just throw herself in there? Like she acts like, oh, I felt like someone pushed me. Like, did nobody watch her just take a dive into this fucking pool and be like, hey, that's a little weird? She kind of just jumped in.
such a weirdo, dude. She's such a
Fuck.
she throws herself. Look,
Fucking threw
look at
herself
her.
in.
I love her. Okay,
She's great.
Sophia.
I liked her in this episode. Yeah, I
She
did.
is. She's funny. She's funny because even
Yes.
when she's like praying and crying, she's like,
And she's
she
good.
thinks
She's effective. She's super effective at what she does. I mean, you know, like methods aside, she is very effective at getting the desired result of manipulating people. Like she's a master at it. But yeah,
exactly.
this
But she's
was
so
funny.
funny, like throwing herself, and even the way she's
Throwing
like,
herself in the
oh,
fucking pool. Like, ow,
I
felt
broke
like
my
someone pushed
arm.
me. Yeah, you push yourself, asshole. But again, it's working. It's what she's doing is very much working. It is tearing the town apart. It is getting people to question themselves. Oh
You
man.
put like, she just look at her in this picture.
Look at her in this picture. Just chucks herself right the fuck in.
She's so dramatic.
It's
God.
super dramatic. She's so extra.
She made sure to
Yellow
twist
is
her
so
arm too
extra.
so that she could break it.
Yeah.
But the crazy part, and I hope that they're picking up on this, okay? When she's at the clinic and she's telling the girls the story of why she believes that it's okay.
She's good, man. She's fucking, she's good.
She's like, oh.
And I love how she's like standing there for a few minutes before she does it. She's just staring at Dale's bricks. Like, what are you fucking doing? What's going through that fucking head of yours?
That was so funny. She's like looking at like, where should I do it? Should I throw myself?
When should I do it? When should I do it? When should I do it? Now's a good time. Oh god. Great stuff. Yeah, this was a fun episode. This was a fun episode for sure.
But you know what? That is so true, you guys. She throws herself and she stays there for a little
Lays there for a minute. Yeah.
for a minute. And then she gets up. She's like waiting for people to see her. She's like,
How do you land on your right side and break your left arm? See, you know, the chat's on it. It's on it. You're not gonna sneak one past the chat. They're gonna notice it. Yeah, how do you land on your right side and break your left arm? It's a very
Rain
good
would have cut onto her. Rain would have got onto her real quick. And also when she's at the clinic, she's so weird They're like trying to help her. She's like, okay, this is definitely broken. And she starts talking about a biblical story. And she's like, oh, so you see, God didn't want him to kill his son. He only wanted to know that he would do it. I would just be like, Sophia, what the fuck are you talking about? So did you? She's telling them, I threw myself. You know what she's saying? I threw myself. I threw myself. Because the whole moral of the story was doing something because it's asked of you without questioning. So it's, I would have just been like, wait a minute. Sophia, did you throw yourself?
What are you talking about? Did you throw yourself in that pool? Is that what you're telling me? Yeah, she's super weird. And again, I think it seems like that she's eventually going to give herself away. Like people are eventually gonna catch on to her that there's something off with this one. There's something really off with this person. This person is not normal. It's little stuff like that that's going to catch up with her. It is. I think it is anyway. That she's giving herself away.
She is. I mean, I also love that people didn't help her. A lot of people. So when they took the picture of
just walking up to her, looking
they're
in,
like,
I guess we know. And again, we're wondering what's in the pool. Like we see all these shots of everyone walking up to the pool, looking inside the pool, looking all curious, but yeah, not one of them goes in to fucking help her. Nobody helps her. They just stare at her. Oh God. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Too funny. Too funny. Yeah, we need a Sophia getting slapped scene very soon. Who knows? Maybe that's coming next.
But Christy says something really interesting. So getting back to seriousness and existential crisis, let's talk about death, baby.
Yeah.
So when she says, hey, God just wanted to see, you see, she's such a psycho. She's like, you see, God didn't want him to kill his son. He just wanted to know if he would do it.
Yeah.
I would totally be like, you threw yourself, girl. That's what you're telling me. But Mariel, when she said, Christy said she prays a lot. Maybe that helps her get through this.
Yeah.
Mariel says, if there should be an indication that nobody is looking out for us, it's this place. They really feel forsaken by God. This is something that has been echoed over and over again. Tabitha says it in church. Boyd says it in church after Father Cotry dies. And now Mariel is saying it. This is an indication that we have been forsaken. There is nobody watching out for us. Nobody wants to help or plans on helping. We are completely alone, forsaken in the world, right?
Yeah.
And in contrast to Sophia, they are doing good. They help people. She is, a doctor, nurse. They help people out of the goodness of their heart without an expectation of heaven or hell or anything. They don't believe
anything back in return. They just want to help. Yeah.
And the real evil in town is waxing poetic about biblical passages and about how God wants you to do this and God wants you to do that. But somebody had something really interesting in the chat, and this is at the beginning when we were watching the episode and you guys were commenting. One of you guys said, Sophia is talking and talking more as each episode goes by as Lucifer, the fallen star, the angel. The fallen angel. And when I saw that comment, let me know if it was you, because this was, like I said, way at the beginning. One of you guys said this. I think you're right. Lucifer she is resembling a way of speaking where she is giving you biblical stories, and she is not telling you necessarily her opinion, but she's saying, you see, God didn't want him to kill his son. He just wanted to know if he would do it.
Yeah.
And that could be very Luciferian of a fallen angel saying, this is the way that God functioned. This is the way that God was leading its people. This is what God was doing. Do you not see, that it might not be the way, right?
Yeah.
After all, who would know more about God and the way that God functions but Lucifer? Somebody who took the place of um, a beloved favorite angel. Who would know
Mhm.
more about God than God himself and then his favorite angel, right? So I like that. I like the story. I liked the way that you guys made that connection.
Mhm. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Um, yeah, I think again, I think the Sophia character I've been kind of on the fence with heading into the season so far, just because I really enjoyed the Man in Yellow, the villain that they introduced at the end of season 3. I thought they had like a really interesting, striking, unique kind of creative villain here that I was really looking forward to seeing more of. And then to have him turn into Sophia, I was kind of on the fence, and I still kind of some scenes I really really enjoy the Sophia as the Man in Yellow, and some scenes I don't really enjoy Sophia as the Man in Yellow so much. But I thought in this episode she was good. I thought this was one of her stronger performances, not just as the Man in Yellow, but as an actress herself. I feel like this was one of her stronger episodes. Because yeah, you got some good kind of sinister, like you said, in terms of her acting a little more Luciferian. I would say, yeah, I would say when I look at Sophia, I see a mix of Lucifer and Loki, the trickster. Loki, the trickster. I see a really potent mix of those two kind of deities, those two trickster deities, in terms of how they operate, how Sophia operates. And yeah, this episode was just a little bit, it was a little bit more fun to watch her operate, I guess, in this episode than I had, at least in the first 3 episodes. I think this was a stronger outing for her. But
I
yeah.
mean, I really like that connection, Jeremy. I like the way that you're describing it because it's not pure Luciferian in a way of having an issue with God, an issue
Yes.
with what has happened,
Yeah.
a issue with the way that things are run. But she has fun. We have seen the Men in Yellow
More of a mannerism
laughs.
thing.
Like when you say Loki, it is just like I'm having so much fun tricking you. I'm having so much fun. Yes, I could kill you immediately, but that is not where the fun lies. I want to trick you. I want to manipulate you. And then I want to sit back and cry and throw myself in the pool. So I like that you're making that connection because, yeah, she really enjoys what she does to the
She
point
does, right? Yeah.
of asking to like go drink from a cup. I'm sure that she's giggling. I'm sure that when she saw
Laughing
that Sarah
inside.
did
Yeah.
that, she's giggling. She's like, I need to do something so stupid, like drinking from a cup and putting the water back for nothing.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I could totally see that. And we saw that at the beginning too. Like we saw when Man in Yellow was still the Man in Yellow. We saw that he was enjoying this. Like he very much enjoys his job. He enjoys what he's doing here. He loves this, everything that comes with being who the Man in Yellow is. And yeah, that very much does carry over to the Sophia version, where you can just tell that she's enjoying this. She's really enjoying what she's doing. But yeah, much better outing. Definitely a much better outing this episode from Sophia. Kind of again diving into that kind of Lucifer Loki kind of mischievous kind of way of manipulating people. But good stuff. Good stuff.
Mhm.
All
I
right.
better see Sarah getting smarter on the next episode. I
Me
better see
too.
Sarah,
I want to
coming to
see Sarah.
terms. She told Elgin. We talked about this previously, but now that we are at that point, out of all the people that she could have told, she told Elgin. That's
Yeah.
probably not a good idea, Sarah. You took his eye
Yeah.
for doing something similar, and now you're like, hey, guess what? I'm up to my bullshit again. Like I am
I'm
listening
up
to
to
the
my same
voices.
old shit. Hey, you know the thing that I
Hey,
took
guess
your eye
what?
for? I'm gonna go do it now.
Like I'm hearing the voices again, and I think I should listen.
Even though I've kind of resisted, even though I haven't listened to them for 2 seasons, something about
They're
this one
back,
is telling me
baby.
they're back and they're telling the truth. I'm gonna listen this time. Like, no, what are you doing, Sarah? No.
And telling Elgin out of
Um,
all people who's standing there without an eye, I would be like, what the fuck, Sarah? You took
mm,
my eye. You said not to listen. They lie. They take your soul. And now you're
yeah.
doing this sort of thing. It's like, come on.
Mhm. Yeah, I know. It's going to be interesting to see if Sarah is going to kind of start noticing that there are some things off with Sophia. I really hope Sarah starts noticing that next episode. But Golden Child asks, so do you think that Sophia was once an innocent Fromville resident? I wouldn't be surprised, I guess. I mean, we're still not 100% sure exactly how the Man in Yellow operates, how he chooses his forms, where he gets his forms from. But I think, the theory that the forms that he takes are forms of people that were human at one point, human identities that he's stolen. I think that's very much still a possibility, definitely a possible theory, if nothing else. So yeah, I think it's very possible that Sophia could have been a resident of Fromville at one point and in a previous cycle. And PM, you and I have talked a little bit about your theory in the sense of Sophia potential. It's not Sophia, excuse me, in a sense of Acosta potentially being the another candidate for the Lonely Dragon, and how Acosta has just been given this task of going through the basement of Colony House to see if she can find anything useful, anything that can help Boyd in his fight. And I know, a very interesting possibility we discussed was her finding something down there that either leads to some kind of map, because we did see Boyd kind of breaking down that wall with a sledgehammer, almost like he knows something's behind it, but also the possibility of Acosta finding something that points to Sophia being a human a long time ago. That could be a very interesting way in terms of how the Man in Yellow is exposed, how Sophia gets exposed. But yeah, I don't know. A lot of good theories out there. A lot of good theories you guys have been discussing.
I think Golden Child, that definitely could be. Now, I don't believe that this Sophia was a human person and now they're back.
Yeah.
I think that when you're an entity which is not human, whether you're an angel, Lucifer, an entity that comes from space, a Kromanago, an entity that is not human, you don't know how to be human. So if you're going to pretend, then you're going to take direction from what you see. People that you have observed, what do they look like? How do they talk? So you wear them as a costume. I think that that's what the Man in Yellow does, or the entity, because I don't even believe that he looks like the Man in Yellow. That man was just a costume that he took on. This is a human that he observed, all of them, right? His true form is not human. So he observes people, observes their way about them, and he wears them as costumes. He turns into different people and he wears them as costumes depending on what would be most beneficial at the time.
What form?
So could it be? Yeah, potentially. It could be that he got the image, the resemblance at the boys from a real person that once upon a time existed. That's what I believe when it comes to any entity that is not human. If you're going to pretend, it's going to be through observation. You're going to see somebody, you're going to see how they talk, what they look like, how they move. And so he's just this entity. It wasn't even a Man in Yellow. They're a thing, an ancient thing, but they're not even a man or a woman or a child or a girl. They are an entity, and they might look monstrous if we were to see their actual way that they presented.
The real form. And I hope that is something that we see or learn a little bit more definitively at some point in the show. What is the Man in Yellow's true original form? And will we find out that these are all costumes, essentially costumes that he wears to infiltrate these towns? Because as Victor says in this episode, the Man in Yellow arrived in cars like everyone else. At first, they thought the Man in Yellow was like them. Victor straight up says it. We thought he was like us until we found out that he wasn't. So clearly the Man in Yellow looked human when he first arrived in that 1978 timeline, which of course could also explain why the painting that Miranda has of the Man in Yellow depicts him as looking much younger. He doesn't have gray hair, his suit's all clean. So maybe that is explaining all of this, that the Man in Yellow pretended to be human when he showed up in town in the 1978 cycle and revealed himself the morning of the massacre, as Victor stated. But yeah, I'm hoping that we learn a little bit more definitively in terms of like what is this Man in Yellow's true original form, and will we ever actually see it on the show? I don't
Yeah.
know.
And I'm hoping that it's if it's not going to be an iconic epic delivery,
Yeah.
sometimes the scariest things are those things that you do not see. The
Hmm.
scariest monsters are monsters that you don't actually know what they present as. All
Yeah.
you see is maybe a cloak. So if it was an entity, and I've told you this before, what type of monster would be my favorite at the end of the day? It would be an entity with a yellow cloak, right? Like
Hmm.
men in yellow, king in yellow, yellow cloak, where
Yeah.
you can see a face and you can't see anything other than
Yeah.
just these hands
Just
and this yellow cloak
black
entity.
shadow. Yeah.
Uh-huh, exactly. Because then from there on, the entity is whatever you want it to be, whatever you think that it looks like, that's what it is. And it's going to be different for everybody. And sometimes the best horror is the horror that you have to imagine.
Hmm. And how many times have you and I kind of dove into that exact subject where yes, sometimes we'll see some really really good horror elements on the show where it'll be scary, it'll be fun, original, creative, but sometimes, or even more often than not, the scariest horror is the horror that is in the imagination, the stuff that the imagination comes up with,
Mhm.
because the imagination is limitless. It is absolutely limitless in the sense of things that it can think up, things that it can conjure up to scare you. We have such a huge capacity to scare ourselves with our own imagination, depending on where we take it. And I've always liked that. I've always liked the idea of your imagination being a scarier form of kind of like psychological horror than the actual physical horror that we see on the show, because it's the fear of the unknown. It's the fear of what if, what could this be, what could this mean, what could happen. Stuff like that is always way scarier than seeing something and knowing the exact risk right off the bat.
Yeah.
Um,
And I've told you this, but if we are dealing with an entity that has powers that are supernatural, superhuman, that we don't understand, because those are things that we can do. We can offer immortality. We don't have that power. So
mhm.
whoever offered it had the power to make this come through,
This
to
deal.
bargain, right?
Yeah.
It's not a human entity. That would be like if we, the humans, are little ants and we look like ants, we're tiny little ants living our life, and then a human comes in and they have the power to do all of these things that seem supernatural to us, and they don't
Mhm.
look like us. Their face is
Yeah.
not like ours. They have two hands. They don't function or eat or live the same way that we little ants live. That's the horror of it all. The fact that you can't comprehend them. There's no
Yeah.
way you could sit there and tell an ant how you function and show them your
Yeah.
biology. They're not going to get it. It's
Yeah.
above their pay grade. Like they're just not going to get it. It goes over their head. They can't
Mhm.
comprehend it. And for us humans, if we were to meet an entity or a fifth, fourth dimensional being, a um, sort of Lovecraftian
We're not
ancient
gonna
entity or
understand its
deity,
reason for
we could
being.
not understand it, which is what I
Yeah.
love about The King in Yellow. The
Yeah.
King in Yellow is a story where it says you could attempt to find knowledge in my realm, but you're going to go mad. The more that you try to learn about me, the more that you're going to unlearn about yourself to the point where you forget
Mhm.
yourself and you're nothing. And
Yeah.
so the moral of the story, some things are better left untouched, some things are better
And
left unexplored.
mhm. And knowledge comes with a cost, which has been a major theme of the show. Knowledge comes with a cost. And there needs to be. And again, we've talked about this a million times, but there needs to be some kind of cost. There needs to be some kind of price that these characters ultimately pay for achieving what they want to achieve. It can't just come scot free. And yeah, Fatima is making biblical idols. Do anyone remember the Jewish tale of the two gods? Yeah, again, I don't personally, but I think this is going to be very interesting to see where this is going to go with Fatima and these golems. Again, will they actually come to life? Is this going to be more of a spiritual, metaphorical kind of protection of sorts, and not an actual physical champion that's going to get up and defend them? I'm still not quite sure which way I go on that. Part of me still leans a little bit more towards it not actually coming to life, but you never fucking know. I feel like the show is heading into completely uncharted territory this season, where things that I wouldn't have thought were possible previously seem to maybe be possible now, based on us literally getting living scarecrows, demonic Kool-Aid men, as it were.
Well, I just had an idea. I was like, just hearing you say it's going to come to life to be our champion to defend us.
Yep.
I'm going to get tinfoil. This is my little tinfoil hat.
There's a tinfoil hat.
My tiny little tinfoil hat. What if, you know how the scarecrows, those are big scarecrows. They're going to come to life and they punch people. We saw the preview. They're punching people.
They got teeth on them too. They put out a little promo today, and we see that these scarecrows have massive teeth, just like the monsters.
Oh, wow. Okay, so they're going to be, Fatima is at Colony House building her golem, her champion. Ellis is over there with the scarecrows that are huge scarecrows with teeth and that are punching people. What if, for some sort of reason, the golem does come to life, but the golem is there to fight the scarecrows, because you need something big. Yes, you need something big and massive to fight these 3 scarecrows off. What about if her golem will be their champion of sorts? I mean, how are you going to combat these scarecrows? And it happens to be that Ellis is over there and Fatima is over there. Ellis is with the scarecrows, Fatima's with the golem. Could she be making this so that they could, take on this other entity? Like I said, it's tinfoil, but it could be. I mean, we have a champion all of a sudden, that now we have scarecrows that are going to beat up the people. Maybe.
I mean, who knows what we're going to be getting at this point? I do feel like almost anything is possible, really. But yeah, I don't know. One thing we do see at the end of the episode, in terms of the scarecrows, the episode ends with our characters making it to Cannibal Village, and we see one of them picks up a rope that seems to be attached to something in the water. We see him pulling up the rope, and lo and behold, we see something break the surface. Now, if we look a little bit closer, and if we kind of add what we know about the season 4 trailer, I think it's pretty safe to assume that it looks like these are the scarecrows that they are pulling up from the bottom of the lake. So at least, if nothing else, it looks like we're kind of getting a pretty definitive answer in terms of where these scarecrows came from. Because as we see here, if I pull this down and pull this up, if we go back to the season 4 trailer, we can see what looks pretty clearly like those same scarecrows covered in a bunch of seaweed. Like, there's just seaweed all over these scarecrows here in this shot. And you'd even have a closer shot of another one of them covered in seaweed. So it looks like at the end of episode 4, what we saw was them fishing these scarecrows out of the lake. So at least we know where these things came from. Because that was a big question. At least I was wondering. We see this thing come to life. We see the shot of them on the ground. But I always wondered, where did these things come from? Did they just show up to the ruined settlement one day and these things were just on the ground? No, apparently not. Apparently they literally fished these things out of the lake. I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens next. Again, we've all seen the trailer. We all know what's going to be coming next. It looks like these things are going to come to life, and it looks like they are going to be smashing into one of the ruined settlements. And we have this other shot of this one here, reaching down for someone, which could have been what the young version of Tabitha was really afraid of this whole time, the thing that she looked up and scared her, maybe. But again, this is why I wish we didn't really see these scarecrows in the actual trailer, because that scene at the end of episode 4, that would have been like such a nice cliffhanger if we didn't already know what they were, what popped up in the surface. That would have been such a cool cliffhanger. Us trying to guess what the hell did they just fish out of the lake, but we kind of already know now because of the trailer.
Exactly. We kind of already know. And the stupidity of the people in the town sometimes just, you find the rope in a village that you don't know anything about and you
Leading
pull
into
it.
the water and you pull it. Like, what the fuck
You
are
pull
you
it.
doing? What are
And
you
then
doing,
you
bro?
see 3 floating things and you say, let's get that too. Let's pull them in. And now they are like uncovering them and like grabbing them. And it's like,
Yeah.
dude, like this looks like something you shouldn't touch. Leave it. Don't touch it. Get your food and go. Right. But let's get tinfoil, because people are asking in the chat. We might have missed it. You are correct. We have not talked about it. Golden Child is mentioning that we skipped over the part
Oh
where
yeah,
Ethan
the
finds the
Ethan.
little
Yeah,
bird,
we're gonna go back to that definitely. Yep, for sure.
which has something to do with this. So
Yeah.
he finds a bird. First of all, it's different than any other bird. That's very interesting. Why? Why
Exactly.
is
It's
this
not a
bird
crow.
different? It's not a
Yeah,
crow.
it's not a crow. Yeah.
It happens to be injured. When
Yeah.
I saw it, I thought, what a coincidence, right? That they need something that is dying or injured, and all of a sudden, this little bird is dying or injured in their path, and they could throw
They
it
just
in the
have to.
lake.
That's what I thought too. I'm like, this is way too convenient. You're on
Yeah.
your way to try and find a magical lake that brings people back to life, and you just happen to find an injured bird, the perfect test subject.
Exactly.
Little
But
sus.
they're almost baptizing this little bird. When I saw that they were carrying it, I thought, oh, you're gonna grab the bird and you're gonna throw it into the lake, right? Because you're supposed to put it in the lake. But I thought, oh, okay, Mari, duh. They're not gonna throw this thing, it's dying. Like they're gonna
Yeah.
put some water on it, right?
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought you must be submerged. You have to grab the thing and throw it in.
Be fully
You don't
submerged
have to.
into the lake. Well, maybe you do. Maybe that's why it didn't work.
Well, we don't see if it worked or not,
True.
because they start pulling on the rope, so we haven't
And then
seen if it worked or not.
Mhm.
Now, could it be when we look at the scarecrows, unfortunately we see that they're going to turn into scarecrows and they're going to attack the people, but I was thinking, okay, let's go tinfoil. They were inside that lake and they were submerged. Could it be that somebody from a different round, right, from a different time, also figured this out? And in order for you to bring back somebody from the dead, like Jim, you have to make a figurine of them, dress them up like them,
Okay.
and submerge them in the lake.
Yeah. Okay.
Because what are you gonna do? Grab Jim's dead body and bury him and then put him in the
Yeah,
lake?
you're gonna bring Jim's dead body to a lake. You're gonna. He's already buried. Exactly. What are you gonna?
Yeah,
dig
you
him
might
up,
make a figurine, put on his clothes, and like
make a
submerge
totem,
him in the
or
lake.
make a golem, maybe.
And submerge
The
him in the lake,
golem
and
of
that
Jim.
brings them back to life, right? Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? But now that we know that they're scarecrows, it kind of defeats the purpose, right? We can theorize about them. We know what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And again, and that's another reason why I think so many people were a little disappointed that they saw the scarecrows in the actual trailer itself, because again, that would have been a huge cliffhanger right here. The end of this episode, seeing those things pop up from the lake, that would have been a huge cliffhanger if we didn't know what they were and what was coming. So I get it, definitely understand that. But let's get back to where we were chronologically, which we were over here. Bacta doing her thing. Sarah getting manipulated way too easily. Our girl Sarah, very disappointing.
So disappointing.
Yeah, very disappointing, unfortunately. But I'm hoping she can recover for this, even though she was very easily manipulated in this episode. I am still hoping that Sarah is going to be one of the first characters that notices something off about Sophia. Notices that this person is strange. This person is not who they appear to be. There's something more here. Because Sarah's sharp. Again, she might have made a mistake already. She might have been easily manipulated this season, but she's still sharp.
Yeah, she's our golem. Girl, you're supposed to be our golem, Sarah. You're a golem, our champion, our protector. You know, you do ugly things, but you protect the people. And now you are backtracking, girl. You are, you know. But anyway, you guys are right. In the chat, we are talking about this scene where it's a little bit disappointed. A few of you are disappointed that it seems that the mushrooms are taking longer than we expected.
A little bit longer than we thought. Yeah.
So maybe that's why they decide to go down into the cave. Maybe he decides to start moving around because nothing is happening. And maybe he needs to be in the woods or in the cave for him to really start seeing things.
That would actually make sense, because we do know that when he goes down into the cave, he has the vision where he sees the younger version of himself. That younger version of himself is down in that cave in that season 4 trailer. And we also know that he's going to see that younger version of himself up top here outside of the caves. And it looks like he's seeing him during the trip. So yeah, while I was definitely hoping that we were going to get that the storyline of Jade taking the mushrooms was going to advance a little bit quicker than it did, it's looking like episode 5 is going to be the episode where Jade, where those mushrooms really kick in and they really start going to work. And that'll most likely be when Jade sees the vision of his younger self, which is strange because they put it in the episode 4 trailer. But looks like we're going to get that next week. But yeah, I am with you guys and you as well, PM. I think maybe it's just one of those cases where the mushrooms just haven't taken effect yet. It's still a little too soon. Still a little too soon.
So that's something to look forward to. We know that we're going to get that. This is the end of the episode. Is that correct, Jeremy?
Not yet. Not quite. We got a little ways to go still. After this shot, we get that next shot of Donna and all of them actually arriving at the Candle Village. We have this scene of Julie.
The haircut.
Yeah, the haircut. We do have the haircut. And we were wondering when it was going to happen. When's this haircut going to happen? And of course, when is the scar going to happen more than anything else? Because we do know at some point Julie is going to get that big scratch on her face. Whether it's from a monster, the man in yellow, something else entirely. At some point, we know she's going to get scratched. And will that happen at some point this season? I don't know. But
and the people were demanding, and before we move away from the haircut, the people were demanding a better wig.
A better
saying,
wig.
okay, maybe it was a bad wig because she had to cut into it. She was cutting, so they're like, just give her the bad one. That way she could cut into it. And next episode, she'll get a more realistic, a better looking wig. And I'm hoping too, she needs some baby hairs in that wig because it's the front of it that it's just rounded like an egg shape in her forehead. Yeah. She needs a little bit more realistic front to the wig. And hopefully it was just because she's cutting into it. And as we go along and we move along with the new haircut, she gets a more realistic one, hopefully. I know that we have seen the actress in interviews and her hair is long. So she didn't actually cut her hair. And good on her. Good on the Julie actress because they got Christy to cut her real hair. And we know that didn't go so well. Christy should have asked for a wig, even if it was a bad one.
Christy should have asked for freaking hazard pay at that point. Give me some damn hazard pay for this haircut. But no, yeah, you're 100% right. And as many of you in the chat were also pointing out, yes, the wig, it's not the best. It's definitely not the best. It's definitely one of those wigs where you see it and you instantly notice it's a wig. It's not real. But I don't know. Yeah, like you said, will we see it improve in future episodes? I don't know. I'm thinking back to the wig she was wearing at the end of season 3. And I do vaguely remember that wig not being super great either, but being a little better than this one. Not super great, but
Yeah.
a little. For some reason, I
They need
remember
to
it
get
being a
those Game
little
of Thrones wig people who did the blonde
right,
wig. They need to
right.
get those wigs people to do this because they did flawless blonde hair. And I mean, that's very difficult to do. But I love how you guys are roasting Julie. Golden
Roasting.
Child says she looks like a Muppet in her face, looking like George Washington. She really is going back in time, and she's looking like George Washington. She's going all the
Oh,
way back
shit.
to the founding fathers.
Okay, so at least we're not alone. Okay, I'm glad we're not alone, and you know it's okay to have fun like this every once in a while. I mean, we at the end of the day, we love the show, we love the actors and the actresses and all of their performances, but for some reason, this show has a history of giving their characters just bad fucking haircuts, a curse that they just cannot get away from.
And I like it. I don't want them to break it
It's
now.
funny,
Now it's
yeah, it's
canon to
funny.
the
It's
show.
not
It's
malicious
canon to
or
the show.
anything.
Everybody that gets a
Yeah.
haircut has to be bad.
Mhm.
I like it.
Yeah, bad wig. Bad wig should be mandatory on From going forward,
Mhm.
and I imagine they will be. But yeah. Let's see what else we got. Scrolling down, let's see what we got.
Jim's
Um,
wig too. That's true. Jim's wig was
Oh, Jim's wig was bad too. Yeah,
it was
you're totally right.
it was all
Jim's wig was
disheveled
fucking
and it
bad.
was
It's completely unkept.
yeah, which I was like, that is not Jim. Jim's
That is
hair is
not
always
Jim.
looks nice. He looks
Not
ratty.
Jim. It's not a great wig. It's not, and yeah, Jim's was fucking poor Jim's. I mean, you could tell that Ian Bailey, the actor, that was his real hair. Like you could tell for the first 3 seasons, that was very much his real hair. But after getting killed off, he went and he cut his hair off. He figured, I'm not a regular on the show anymore. I can cut my hair. Maybe he needed to cut it for other roles. But yeah, you got to bring Jim back every once in a while, and you got to have that patented Jim hair. So now we have unkempt Jim every once in a while, and I don't think that'll be the last we see of him. Crappy
That
wig.
wig. I
Yeah,
love
that was a wig. That was a wig. The Jim that we see in season 4 at the end of episode 1 in season 4. That is very much Ian Bailey wearing a wig. At that point, he had already cut his real hair off. So while it was his real hair in all the previous seasons, in season 4, it's definitely a wig. 100%.
And I love
Yeah,
it. I love all the bad hair.
It was stiff too.
Yeah, because he was moving. Remember, he was like
He was
supposed to
moving
be
and
looking around.
it wasn't moving at all.
He was looking around
Like he had a
to see if
pound of
somebody was
fucking
coming.
gel in that fucking thing, glued fucking in one spot. It wasn't budging. It was not budging.
I
Yeah.
love the bad hair. I love the show, and I think
It's
bad
like a
hair now
staple.
is like part of
It's like
it.
a staple.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I demand everybody that gets a haircut has to get a bad one.
Yeah.
You know?
And again, it's never malicious. Anytime we laugh at the wigs, we always just try to do it in good fun. We never mean any harm by it.
We are not malicious. No,
No,
it's
no,
never
we never try to be malicious. It's just funny. I mean, again, the wigs are kind of funny. It's okay to laugh at that. I think it's
Yeah,
okay.
it's okay.
Everyone's got greasy hair. Yeah, I again, Jim's hair, it looked glued in place. Like it was not moving, no matter how, like you said.
He was like looking.
No matter how much he fucking turned around and looked around, that hair did not fucking move. The episode 5 trailer will be out tomorrow night. I don't have the episode 5 trailers myself. I just record them off the TV and I release them on the channel just so you guys can see them, because they don't release the trailers anywhere online. But the only place they play the trailers is the actual MGM TV channel on Sunday night. So tomorrow night, when the episode airs on actual TV, that's when they play the trailer. That's when I record it, and that's when I'll upload it. So tomorrow night, you guys will have the episode 5 trailer, and you'll be able to take a look at it. But yeah, fucking wigs, man. Fucking wigs.
I love that they don't care. I love that, like the show, they're like, Dude, we know these people are psychotic. They're looking at the background and the colors of everything. And it's like, you know what? This wig doesn't even match her hair. They're like, who cares? Just put her in the jet black wig when her hair
Throw
is
in that
nowhere
jet
near.
black wig.
Who
Doesn't even
cares?
match the color of her real hair.
It
And that
doesn't
was the
even
thing that
matter.
threw us
They
off.
don't
Yeah.
care. They're like, yeah,
Not
these
even
people are
skin color.
psychotic and they definitely will notice. Just put her in whatever wig. Not important.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, and I totally agree with this as well. Jim could have applied for a position at the Night's Watch with that hair. He could have been Jon Snow's fucking ranging partner with that fucking hair. He could have. God, you
But
guys are killing me.
it turns out, we were all trying to like come up with ideas. Why is her hair different?
Yeah.
At what point does she decide to do this, right? It's such a
Yes.
drastic change for her. I mean, it's really
And I
short.
think, and you bring out a really good detail. It's not like they just cut her hair. The entire color of her hair is different as well. It goes from like brown, regular Julie hair to like jet black when she shows up at the end of season 3, the future version of her.
Yeah. And it turns out the show proves us time and time again. This is something that you say, Jeremy, something I learned from you, but you say this all the time. Sometimes the answers are more simple than we think. Sometimes it's just plain and simple. And she cuts her hair. She does it without a big to do about it. And she's like, yeah, a monster held onto my hair last time, so I'm going to chop it off.
I'm going to chop it off.
Simple. A very simple transition, no
Yeah.
reasoning behind it, no big to do about it. This is why I cut my hair and I look totally different. Very quickly explained. When we were trying to make up all of these theories as to like, why would she cut her hair, right? Like, what a strange thing to do in the middle of your dad dying and you going on to time travel. And it's just, very quickly before she goes, she just cuts her hair.
Yeah, and that was always something we were wondering, right? Like, what prompts her? Why cut your hair in the middle of all of this? And yeah, in this episode, I feel like they gave just a short, simple, and good explanation. I can go with that. I can go with that explanation. That actually makes perfect sense. Monsters grabbed you up by the hair last time. You don't want them to have as much room to grab your hair next time. Makes sense. I can live with that story-wise. That tracks.
I like how smart she's being about story walking.
Yeah.
That
She's
is something that I'm
careful as
liking.
she can. Yeah. She's got Randall with her every time. She's not doing it alone. She's trying to come up with a system to do this bookmark thing. She's doing this with the hair. Like, that's a very good point. She's not just running in half-cocked. She's trying to plan it out. She's trying to be as safe as she can. That's a very good point.
I mean, I don't know if there's scrunchies and she could have just put her hair in a little bun, tied it up in a little bun in the back, Lara Croft style, put a little bun or a braid. But when I look at, no need to cut it, right? When I look at her outfit, I think even the outfit, she's thinking about these things. What could they grab
Other
onto?
time periods.
So she's wearing two. She's wearing two different shirts. If the monsters grab onto that first one, it's open. She could take it off
Yank
and
that
keep
other one
running.
off. Yeah.
Exactly, right? So that's very smart. I think that she's becoming, kind of a little G.I. Jane, and she's gonna get very good at this. Would I like to see her in a braid or a ponytail, Lara Croft style? Yes.
A little better.
Why the Dora the Explorer? I guess she is exploring. So
she is exploring. Julie the
I guess
Explorer.
that's fine.
Yeah, I think yes. Some nice braids would probably serve her much better in terms of just functionality wise as well. Yeah. And speaking of buns, Golden Child says Jim kept looking in the background because he felt his man bun coming up to snatch his wig off.
He had a nice man bun when he got into town. He's very handsome.
He did have a man bun first. He did have a man.
I know everybody likes Jade, and I do think, I mean, come on, Jade is gorgeous. But I think the actor that plays Jim is like so handsome. He had that little man bun. Jeremy doesn't like man bun. I do.
I don't.
He had that little man bun and bright blue, ocean blue eyes. He's so cute. He's so cute. Man bun and everything. Jeremy hates a man bun.
Yeah, I'm just not a big, just the man bun's just not for me, I guess. Just not a big fan of the man bun. But some people can pull it off. Some people can pull it off. Heisenberg says Fatima is summoning the golem incorrectly. She'll need an iron too. Yeah, again, I mean, I think this whole golem summoning thing, I don't know. I don't see anything good coming from it. If it comes to life at all, which I'm not really expecting it to, but if it does, I get the feeling this is going to be a Frankenstein's monster type deal, and this is going to get out of hand, out of control really quick. If it does come to life, which again, I'm still not convinced it's going to, but if it does, it's going to be bad, I think. Yeah, it's going to be bad.
If it comes to life, we are looking at, I don't know, guys, if we have the budget to make it look good enough, because we're looking at scarecrows going on at the same time that this thing is coming on to life. So we have different creatures, roaming the night. Colony House will be dealing with the golem. The people that are getting the food are going to be dealing with these scarecrows. It's going to turn into a free-for-all fest of things that we haven't seen them from. Do we have the budget to make it look good enough? That's the only thing that I worry about. I love the show. I love the aesthetic of the show. I don't want it to be ruined. And when you are introducing like a big mud monster, you could ruin it if it doesn't look really good,
Yeah, especially when you're doing something like that, it's inevitable you're gonna have to lean heavily into CGI. Even if you have a practical model of it, a suit, an actor in a suit, playing the golem role, there's still going to be a good degree of CGI that is going to be required to bring the thing to life. And I suppose that's an interesting question as to how that could look on from a show that has notoriously not used a whole lot of CGI. Like we get a little bit of CGI when they turn from human to monster form, like the quick little turn. But for the most part, we have a lot of practical effects on the show. And that's always really kind of crafted caters to a very specific kind of horror look where you lean very heavily into practical effects, which in my opinion is just always better than heavy digital. But I don't know. I guess we'll see. F the CGI, give me the Goosebumps special effects, glue sand on the actor. Hey, I'm with you. I'm 100% with you, Glue Guns and Roses. I would rather see that. Yeah, I would rather see something like that where you just glue the fucking sand right on the actor and send them out on the fucking set. That's the fucking way to do it.
Like, go, you're a golem.
Yeah, you're playing a golem today. We're going full method. Here we go. Here's your sand. Here's your glue.
Method.
Blast it on there.
But you know what? Glue Guns and Roses, that could be bad, because you know what this reminds me of, Jeremy, why I wanted to pull up this comment. When we were watching that Alien franchise, the last one that we saw that was not the best. Yeah. And they did the Alien. What's the alien's name? What are those called? The Xenomorph. The Xenomorph, they didn't want to do CGI, so they had an actor in a latex. They didn't want to CGI Xenomorph, so they got an actor in big boots, like big boots, so that he could be tall, latex suit, and
a big helmet.
Yeah, and half of the time that the Xenomorph was on, he did look like a guy.
He did. It looked like a human. It looked like a human in a xenomorph suit, as opposed to looking like a xenomorph. Yeah, it did. It did at times. It did.
It was so and you could see his boots in some of the shots.
You can see the boots and the legs, the knees, where the knees bend. Like you can see it a little bit in some shots. Yeah. Practical effects they're not always easy to get right. They're really not, especially when you're kind of trying to craft an iconic image like the Xenomorph, or like these monsters, or these scarecrows, or whatever this golem turns out to be. It's not easy. It's not always easy to get a good practical effect. And I think that's why we see so many networks and studios leaning so heavy into the CGI, to the point where it just becomes a freaking CGI slop fest That's not something I ever want to see happen on From. From has had some really good practical effects. So whatever they're going to end up doing with these scarecrows, I do hope it remains a little bit more in that practical effect range. And it looks like it will. Just when we see some of these scenes of these scarecrows, it looks like they did make physical, practical kind of versions of them. Yeah, there'll be a degree of CGI involved, most likely, but I'm hoping there's going to be a good degree of practical involved as well. Because this is a suit you could put somebody in. Like, you could definitely build a good enough suit that looked pretty, gnarly like this with these scarecrows. That is something you could build practically, easily.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I mean, it looks CGI to me. We've seen the
there's
scarecrows
some
punching
CGI.
people.
There's
They
definitely
look
some CGI.
unrealistic.
Yeah.
So we will see. It's very exciting because this is all coming up. I thought we were going to get it this episode, but we didn't. And that's okay. I think that the episode was still a great episode. We got lots of information. And somebody said it here. If it was you, let us know. But this was way at the beginning when we were watching. They said, you know what? I don't really care. They were talking about if they liked the episode or not. And they said, you know what? I don't really care. It was nice to get a break from Acosta because we saw no Acosta in this episode.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
just for that, they rated it a 10 because it was nice to get a break from Acosta. And we had a lot of her and a lot of Sophia the last couple of episodes.
We did.
I think that's why this episode felt good. It felt like a return to our core people.
Yep.
And it was nice. It felt like our old friend. I really liked it. Not that I don't want to see Acosta and Sophia. I do. We just were hanging out with them a lot.
A lot. We did. You look at those first 3 episodes, and you get a good deal of Acosta and Sophia screen time. That is for sure. They have a lot of time on screen. And yeah, this episode did. It just felt like, returning to those core characters, returning to some of those core storylines, and seeing them progress in a certain manner. Like we saw here with Julie. Towards the end of the episode, her and Randall's storyline kind of slowly builds up to Julie eventually going out and trying this new method of story walking, trying to story walk to certain places, but leaving what she's referring to as a bookmark. After doing some research in some of Ethan's books, this is what they have come to. This is the road that has led them down. But we see it doesn't really go as planned. Doesn't exactly go as planned for Julie, as she's planning on creating these bookmarks, leaving them in certain time periods so she can kind of slip back into that time period if she needs to, a certain little kind of a bookmark in time, as it were. But it doesn't seem to work. It doesn't seem to work, and it seems like the only thing Julie gets for her efforts is nearly getting eaten by the man in yellow.
Liver and onions.
And he goes, the man in yellow goes right for her. And you see how surprised the man in yellow is to see Julie here. And you start to wonder, is this the first time he's ever seen Julie? Is this the beginning of all of the interactions that these two characters are going to go on to have? Because when we see Julie in the beginning of season 4, she is seeing the current version of the man in yellow that has now turned into Sophia. But here she's going back in time. Here she's going back to the 1978 timeline and seeing that version of the man in yellow, who at that point doesn't know who Julie is. So it looks like this is how, and again, it kind of goes into the whole bootstrap paradox thing, where with Julie going back in time and experiencing certain events, it in some way goes on to become the cause of certain events. And now this has always been the case. Now, has this always been the case where the man in yellow first sees Julie here in this timeline and explains what he said when he sees her all those years later? We got to stop meeting like this. When did you come from this time? So it looks like this is the first time the man in yellow has laid eyes on Julie and probably realizes she's a story walker. I mean, again, she did disappear right in front of him. So he knows he's on our trail now from this point forward.
I would have to agree. I think if we are charting, making a timeline of if we were to put everything in chronological order, because right now we are not seeing things in chronological order. Everything is out of sorts. If we were to make a timeline, this would probably be, and I agree with you, the first time that he encounters her.
The beginning,
And
yeah.
he always has something sassy to say. He's very sassy, this man in yellow. He's
Yeah.
always making fun. He's always laughing. And this time he's not. He's genuinely looking surprised and wants to attack her, but not necessarily. I don't think that he knew she was going to disappear. I think that he's
No,
just
I don't
thinking,
either.
how did you survive this? How
Yeah.
did you survive this,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
He has nothing sassy to say. He's not making fun of her. He is generally thinking that he could get her,
I
which
can get you.
lets me know you don't know that she's a time traveler, so you
No.
can't. She will
No.
disappear. This is probably what I would put at the beginning, and
Yeah.
then everything from
first
their
meeting.
logical order. Their
Yeah.
first meeting, and then the most current one being when he kills her dad. So
Yeah.
it's out of order, the sequence that we are seeing. But
Yeah.
I want to do that actually. I want to make a graph and
Yeah.
put in the scenes that we have seen to see how it plays out.
Yeah. Yeah. The more data points we get, the more Julie goes back to these moments in the past. That is something that you can kind of start to compare and to contrast, and and see what else is she affected, what else is she potentially going to go on to affect. But yeah, like you said, it looks like this is the first meeting of Julie and the man in yellow, and when she kind of just disappears in front of him, I imagine that makes the man in yellow even more suspicious as to who is this person? Where did this person come from? Like you said, when he first kind of stands up and turns around, I imagine he probably sees her and thinks, "Oh, you're a survivor. You're someone that we didn't get last night. You're someone the monsters didn't get last night." So he kind of lunges after her, and then she just disappears right in front of him. So I have to imagine that probably makes his curiosity even crazier in terms of, okay, I have to figure out who this person is. But yeah, first meeting between Julie and the man in yellow, which again, very interesting meeting. And I guess the question is, I wonder what Julie is going to say. Who is Julie going to tell? Is Julie going to tell anybody about what she saw, about seeing this man dressed in a yellow suit eating human bodies in the middle of fucking Fromville Main Street? Is she going to tell anybody what she saw? I imagine she'll probably tell Randall. But is this something she's going to keep to herself, or is this something she'll tell Tabitha?
You know what? I'm really hoping that she tells Tabitha. I'm hoping that at some point, the family starts working together. Now,
Yeah.
I was questioning if you are basing everything off of Ethan's books. You have Ethan, right? He's the best
Yeah.
person to ask. I didn't
Ask
like
him.
this. You know that
Yeah.
you and I, we didn't like the fact that we had to go through Ethan, who is
Yeah.
a child, for all of the rules and regulations. However, since it seems like we are going full Ethan lore, we are going into his books and into his little world, you have the person that can answer all of the questions. I know that she doesn't or might not be inclined to share things with him because he was kind of a wet blanket about the whole thing. He said, you can't change it. Like you could only see a story, but what you can change a story once it's been told. Basically, when she said, I'm gonna save baby brother and Tian Cheng and I could do something about this. Oh, you can't do anything about that. So I could see why she wouldn't tell him because he's so negative about it. However, now that you've been able to do a couple of things, ask him, what are bookmarks? Ethan, if you had to guess how to make a bookmark, could you tell me how to make a bookmark?
Yeah.
And I think that you guys in the chat were right. The bookmark, if you ask Ethan, he's going to say, oh, well, you mark things by coloring them, just like Victor does. Victor taught him, you color, you make drawings of things you want to remember.
Yeah.
You make a drawing. And so I think that you guys were right. The bookmarks are going to end up being, if it's not the clothes or the article of clothing that belongs to somebody from a different time period, then maybe just the drawings. That's where the drawings come into play. We've seen these drawings all over the place for a long time now. So it would make sense that if we could work them into the story in that way, that would be very helpful.
Oh, sorry, I thought I was on mute. Yeah, Julie won't tell anyone she's working in secret. This is going to keep everyone at risk. And again, we've been going through this from the very beginning of the series. Characters not sharing things with each other. And yeah, we've seen that it has led to some bad shit in the past. I am hoping that, like you said, PM, I'm hoping that we're turning a corner now. We're seeing that Boyd is, he's got his own inner circle now. Boyd's got his own posse. Boyd, like, legit has his own posse, the Monster Squad, as it were. So we are seeing characters beginning to share information. So I guess, is that going to be the question? Are we going to see Julie and Randall team up with Boyd and Tabitha and the little posse that they have going?
With Boyd and the gang.
Boyd and the gang. Like,
with
come
Boyd
on. Like,
and the gang.
they got to start sharing information. But I definitely see what you're saying, Lee, because, I mean, we've seen a lot of that in the past, right? Like, how many times have we seen these characters just not share information, Julie included? It doesn't seem like Julie has really shared anything about her story walking experiences with Tabitha. She wasn't sharing with Jim. She's kind of only talked to Randall about it. So you bring up a really good point. I hope that she doesn't keep it to herself, but given her past, given what we've seen from her, you're right. You're right. She might kind of not tell anyone. That's a possibility. I hope she does. Yeah, I hope she does. I hope she does.
And you know what? We have to be open to changes.
Yeah.
They started talking, you guys. They finally were in the sheriff's station. The core group was talking. They did say, and I think it's an intelligent choice, let's keep this to ourselves. But they could slowly start bringing people in. So I was very excited to see that, yeah, we are making progress. It's slow progress, but we're making some progress.
Yeah. And that's what I was happy for too. It just felt like they're moving in the right direction finally. And this is something that we've been wanting to see from the very beginning, them working together, sharing their ideas, trying to solve this thing together, because we know none of them are going to be able to just solve it on their own. They're only going to be able to do this when they work together. So yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see where they go from here. And will Julie at some point share her discoveries with the rest of them? Or or is this a possibility as well that maybe they don't trust Randall? I don't know. Again, Randall's got a bit of a checkered past here in Fromville. He did kidnap Donna at the end of the day. That is a stain that's going to be a little hard for him to remove. Yes, he's done a lot of good deeds as well. We have seen that he does have the capacity to be the first one to offer his help when others need help. So we've seen both sides of Randall, but he's, in terms of the town trusting him, they might not. Boyd might not trust him enough to bring him into something like this. But at some point, Julie needs to kind of compare notes with the rest of them. At some point, they need to kind of get on the same page, because you know that they're going to have to do this thing together. Julie, all of them, all of our characters are going to have to work together to do this. At least I think that's how it's going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're moving it towards the right direction overall. I think it was a great episode. I was very happy. I like it much better than the last week. Not the last week was bad by any means, but I really do like this episode. I think that we got to see lots of things happening. Like, everybody's kind of getting on the same page. And once again, we see that Henry has to stomach some hardcore information. And I just worry for him. Every time I see him, I'm like, Victor's going to give him a heart attack, dude. Any day now. Like, he could barely contain himself. He's like grabbing his head. I'm like, oh my God, he's going to have a heart attack. I just don't think that he could stomach much more.
I think you're right. I mean, how much more can the guy freaking take? And, we got a little bit of confirmation here that, now he's finding out, on top of everything he's already found out, on top of knowing that he wasn't there for his son, knowing that he couldn't be there to protect Victor, knowing that he wasn't there to protect Miranda or Eloise, but then on top of it, to find out that To make matters worse, my wife was eaten after getting killed. Something ate my wife's organs. Something ripped my wife apart and literally ate her insides to make matters worse.
I mean,
Poor Henry, man.
and on Mother's Day of all days,
And on
you
Mother's
guys,
Day.
officially, it's Mother's Day wherever you are. Happy Mother's Day to you and to all of your mothers. Say hi to your
Happy
moms
Mother's
for
Day.
me.
Yes.
Wink, wink.
Mother's
Happy Mother's Day. And to all the from mamas, happy Tabby's Day, happy Donna. Donna's a mother of sorts.
Fatima, happy Fatima
Ooh,
Day.
I don't know. I think she might punch you if you say happy Mother's Day to her.
Hey, but she's technically a mom, so happy
Yeah, I don't think that she appreciates that. I don't know that she would appreciate that.
No, probably not. Probably not.
I probably would not say happy Mother's Day to Fati. But happy Mother's Day to all the from moms and to the moms, the mamacitas. I think when I look at the scene, I don't think, yes, you love somebody and you love them and you care for them and what happens to them when they die. Yes. But I think Henry, if you look at it from a parent's point of view, when Victor is giving him the drawing and saying, I saw him, he was a regular person, and then I saw him, he ate mom. He was eating mom. I think that you have that reaction at your child, at being like, oh my God, my child, my little boy saw this creature, this man eating the insides, tearing his mother apart and consuming her.
Ugh.
This is what has happened. Because so far he didn't know how bad it was for Victor. He didn't understand it. He even kept trying to reason with him and to say he's not quite normal, right? To the point where Jade has to tell him, like, of course he's not, like, he grew up here.
He's Tarzan, and you're the one coming along telling him that he's weird because he doesn't know how to use a fork. Victor's been molded by this place. It's been shaped by this place.
Yeah, exactly. So that reaction is, yes, I love my wife, but it's mostly my child. Jesus Christ. Now I know the details of what happened to him. And you couldn't have made a worse story. It is his mother. He's all alone. And on top of it, he sees somebody cannibalizing his mother. I mean, of course, when you think of your little boy having to see that, you're going to be like, this is too much. This is too much for me to handle. And now, I know what has happened to you and it's too much, right? I wasn't here, right? So you feel guilty. And yes, Bella, happy Mother's Day. We have Bella in the chat. She's a mom. Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to all of the moms out there.
Having to find out what happened to Victor's mom on Mother's Day.
On Mother's Day,
on Mother's Day.
They're savage. From don't play.
They're savage.
From does not play. They will drop the bomb, the hammer on us on Mother's Day and not even think twice about it. So very good point. But happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. It is officially Mother's Day here in the States, at least. Hopefully everybody's having a good one. Good Mother's Day. Again, overall, I thought it was a good episode. We finally got some interesting answers. We've got the answer that this was indeed a depiction of Victor finding the man in yellow eating his mother
Jeremy,
the next morning.
That message that you have on the screen, I will stand up for the mothers, ladies.
Oh God,
that
I thought it said
message
Mother's
that you have
Day.
on the screen does not say Mother's Day.
I thought it said Mother's Day. Sorry.
Don't you dare be
yes,
disrespectful to the mothers.
No,
I was like,
thought it said
Jeremy,
Mother's Day. I thought it said Mother's
that
Day.
does not.
I read it.
I know
too
you're
fast.
exhausted, but I'm here,
No, I just
Jeremy,
read
to
it too
save
fast.
you.
No saving needed. Just read it too fast. But yes, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Hope you all have a good one. On Mother's Day, we find out that Victor's mother was literally consumed, eaten by the man in yellow himself. And that's going to stick with you. That's something that is going to really mess with you for a while. We do know that it seems it was Smiley who killed Miranda, but now we know it seems that it might be the man in yellow who has been going around snacking on some of these organs. If not all of them, at least some of them. But yeah,
Well, I would like
for
to ask
Henry.
you something before you
Mhm.
step away from this, Jeremy. So
Yes,
this
please.
is we see this with the massacre.
Yep.
However, do you believe, because we don't see any monsters eating them, right? He looks covered in blood. If he ate Miranda, then that means that he's been doing this to all of the bodies. He started at the tree and now he's over here by the diner, right? And he's
Mhm.
still eating. In From, we have seen that when people are out, they will find them and they are consumed from the inside. We don't see who does it. We haven't seen the monsters eating them. We see the monsters kill them, but not eating them. Does that
Mhm.
mean that the man in yellow has been eating all of these people?
That's what
I know
that's what
that we said that he wasn't out, but the bodies have been consumed and have been
yeah,
left.
that's yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I was just asking as well. That same question. Is that what this means? Like us seeing that scene, does this mean the man in yellow's been eating the organs the whole time, or does he just eat some of them? I don't know. But yeah, because we never actually see the monsters actually physically eating any organs. We see the aftermath. We see the body after the monsters have already been gone, and at that point, the organs are completely cleared out. Do the monsters do the kills, and the man in yellow comes along and eats the organs? Do the monsters collect the organs and bring them to the man in yellow? Or is it one of those things where it's just a giant smorgasbord and all of these things eat organs? The monsters eat the organs of their victims, and the man in yellow eats the organs of their victims as well. I don't know.
I
I don't
just
know,
think
but
it's interesting that we haven't seen the monsters eat them and we have been
exactly.
here for a while.
Exactly. We've been here for a very long time and we've never actually seen the monsters eat anything. Quite the opposite, actually. We see Jasmine, the monster, take a big bite out of 70s porn stash dude. And the first thing she does is spit it out. She doesn't eat him, she spits that shit out the first chance she gets. So, yeah, again, the show has not answered that definitively. Do the monsters eat their victims or are they collecting the organs for the man in yellow?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yes.
I'm not sure. I am not sure, to be honest. I am not sure. But let us know what you guys think. Has the man in yellow, seeing this scene, the reveal of the man in yellow snacking on that liver right there, does that mean that the man in yellow has been eating the organs the whole time? Or is there something more going on here? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like sometimes maybe the simpler answer is the right one, like we like to say. And maybe us seeing the man in yellow eat the organs in this episode, maybe that is giving us more confirmation that he's been eating them the whole time. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I feel like it could go either way. I feel like it could go either way. I think he saw Boy in White first, then saw the man in yellow later, and that's another question that we also need to ask, right? Because from what we can tell up until this point, the memory that Victor has of arriving at the massacre the next morning is him getting out of the root cellar. As soon as he gets out, he sees bodies scattered all over the place, walks into the street, and is greeted by the boy in white. The boy in white standing there, waving at him, beckoning him over. One of the dogs is there as well. But then again, we also have this memory, the memory of Victor apparently finding his mother at the bottle tree. So yeah, which one happened first? It seemed like the encounter with the boy in white happened first. Like that was his immediate reaction to the massacre. He gets out of the root cellar, walks down the street, boom, sees the boy in white. I have to imagine after his encounter with the boy in white is when he eventually went to the bottle tree or just went out looking for his mother and found maybe the man in yellow eating his mother next to the bottle tree. And if that is the case, if Victor went out searching for his mom and he did find this, how did Victor survive this encounter? How did Victor watch the man in yellow eat his mom and also make it out himself?
That's an excellent question.
Did he
That's
just
an
see it
excellent
from a distance?
question. I mean, that what I was thinking was that the possibility is also that Victor does things out of sequence, and he will say, I did this, and this is who was present, and it's the opposite, right? He's not
Yeah.
reliable. We know this. So there's no reason why the sequence has to be that he first saw the town and then the bottle tree. It is possible that he went out there at nighttime because he's dirty. His little outfit is dirty. He goes into the basement clean. Mom says, stay here to Eloise and Victor. Eloise
Yeah.
runs. He stays there. He says he doesn't follow, but he might have followed, right? And might have seen Menengelo eating Mom. And this is at nighttime. He goes back into the basement. And then when he comes out, everybody's dead already. And that's when he might see the boy in white. We were wondering, why is he dirty? He has like dirt on his little face and on his little outfit, but he wasn't like that at nighttime. Why is he dirty? And it could have been because at nighttime he didn't really stay there. He might have tried or attempted to go after his sister. We know the sister went to the bottle tree. So maybe if he's following closely behind, he sees this. He sees what actually happened to Mom, but he's not seeing his sister. He's not drawing his sister. And we know that the sister was right behind Mom. So I think that tells me maybe she made it through the tree. Maybe she was able to get away, hopefully.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, wouldn't it be two bodies there? I don't know.
You would think, exactly. And that's always been like the big question. And I think that's another data point, another reason as to why some people think Eloise might still be alive out there. Because, we see Miranda takes off, leaves the root cellar, and then not 5 seconds later, like it's not long. It's not like it's like a bunch of time goes by and then Eloise leaves and she has a tough time probably trying to find her mom. It's not like that. Miranda leaves, and then like 5 seconds later, Eloise goes after her. It shouldn't have been too hard for Eloise to catch Miranda. As soon as Eloise went up, she should have been able to see where Miranda was running to, which direction she was running into at the very least. So why were there not two bodies here? What exactly happened with Eloise and Miranda? Did Eloise find a way to get into the tree before Miranda did? Is that why Miranda got killed? Because Eloise got in the tree and she didn't. I always thought that was a possibility, that Miranda sacrificed herself so Eloise could get into the tree. But then we saw that scene, the scene that Tabitha remembered of Miranda's death, and how it kind of looked like Miranda was only just barely getting to the bottle tree when Smiley caught her. It didn't look like she was there and had been doing something there for a while. It didn't look like that. It looked like she was looking for the tree and didn't even know where it was, and only just found it just as she got killed. That's kind of what that scene looked like. It definitely didn't look like she knew where she was going. So I don't know if she would have had time to put Eloise into the faraway tree and then sacrifice herself to Smiley so her daughter could get away. It didn't look like she would have had time to do that. It seems like as soon as she found the tree, Smiley was already there on her, almost like he was waiting at the tree in case she would come there. What happened to Eloise? What exactly happened? Did she get killed by another monster on the way? On the way to follow Miranda, did another monster get Eloise, or did she hide somewhere and make it out?
I think we could add another tally point to Eloise's alive theory, because they have opportunities at every turn to tell us, no, for sure, she was next to Mom, definitely dead. Menengelo ate her organs, and they keep leaving it open-ended. So at this point, she has to be alive. This was the perfect opportunity if you wanted to close that cycle and really make it that she is dead. Have another drawing where it's Eloise, and he has now seen Mom and Eloise.
Or have this one be Eloise even.
But they keep leaving it open-ended. They keep saying, nope, she's nowhere to be found here. So at this point, she has to be alive. They have many opportunities to close that cycle, and they didn't. She has to be alive.
I mean, again, why leave her death so ambiguous like this if she's not maybe still out there somewhere? And like we've talked in the past, could she even potentially be a story walker like Julie? And could that have played a part into how she was able to survive? I don't know. But I do hope that Eloise is still out there somewhere. But we got Dark Lake for $10. Thank you so much, Dark Lake. Very, very much appreciate that, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do you guys think that Sarah actually killed the man in yellow in season 1? It was Jade's friend who was driving the car that made the Matthews family crash. He came in town just as Sophia did. Ooh, interesting. Like the man in yellow was pretending to be Toby, maybe, and Sarah killed him. Is that what you mean? Oh, I don't know. I mean, I never thought of that. But again, I feel like anything's possible with this show. I don't know. I mean, I've always wondered, I think a lot of us have always wondered, why exactly did these voices tell Sarah to kill Toby? Why Toby? Who exactly is Toby? What's special about Toby that the man in yellow or these voices would have wanted him dead? Did the man in yellow think that Toby was really Jade and he mistook the two? It doesn't seem like a mistake the man in yellow would make. Seems like the man in yellow is kind of all knowing, but I suppose who knows? But yeah, no, I don't know. When it comes to that, again, I don't know. But if I had to guess, I don't think Sarah killed the man in yellow. No, I tend to think Toby was just Toby.
Mhm. Well, Dark Lake, I like it. I think that now that the man in yellow is turning into random people, he could turn into a 15-year-old girl. He is an older man. There's no reason why he couldn't turn into Toby. And we have
No.
seen sort of the way that he does it. He turns into people that already seem to exist, right?
That are heading into
So
town too. People that are heading into
exactly.
town, so he can do his undercover.
Jade, yes. And so I understand that you guys in the chat are saying Toby was Jade's friend for a long time since they were children. However, Jade was really messed up on drugs and he was in the back seat. It is possible that Sophia pulled the same thing, the entity in yellow, where it flags them down and says, "Hey, I need help," and then takes the person out, Toby, turns into Toby, and drives in
And
and
Jade
crashes
maybe didn't
into the
even know.
Matthews. Uh, Jade was in the back seat. He wasn't
Yeah,
even
Jade,
in the passenger seat. He was
maybe
in
he
the back
didn't
seat.
know. Yeah,
So
okay.
for all we know, he could have been passed out, all messed up on whatever he was on,
Yeah.
sleeping in the back seat, and they didn't even notice that this entity took his friend, flagged them down, and then turned into him. I think it's a possibility. I like it because they still need to tell us who Toby was. Why was it so important? One,
Yeah.
to kill him, but two, to take out his tongue. That's very
Yeah.
interesting. We haven't seen that again. We haven't seen such
Yeah.
specific sort of action. Why was it that important, right? So maybe I like it. I think it's a new theory. We haven't heard it, and potentially, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, it's definitely one of the more interesting mysteries, one of the more intriguing mysteries. Why exactly these voices, or again, if these voices were the man in yellow the whole time, why exactly did they want Toby dead? Again, unless they were mistaking Toby for Jade, or as Lee brings up here, maybe the town just doesn't want certain people in it, so it kills them when they arrive. Maybe. Again, we don't really know the rules to this place, why some of these entities do what they do. But yeah, hopefully we'll get a more definitive answer as to the whole Toby thing. I vaguely remember the creators talking about it a year or two ago, stating, "Don't worry, we haven't forgotten about Toby." And that tells me that it's going to come into the storyline at some point. I feel like at some point, Jade needs to find out the truth about Toby, what Sarah really did to Toby. Up until now, it seems like Jade and the rest of them only know that Sarah opened the door. She left the door open so the monsters could get in. But I don't think they know the full details, that the only reason Sarah did that was to cover up the murder of Toby, to make it look like a monster killed him when it was really her. So yeah, I mean, something about that Toby storyline, it just bugs me. I want resolution to it. I want to know why Toby was targeted, and hopefully we'll find out. Hopefully we will find out.
And was it Toby? I mean, I still think there's the possibility that it was supposed to be Jade.
Yeah,
Clearly,
exactly.
they
And it
don't
was a
know
mistake.
everything, right?
And it
They
was
don't
a
know
mistake.
everything.
Yeah.
It could have been, hey, you have access to one, go ahead and take this one out, and
They
then
knew a
next we're gonna get you to
reincarnation
take out Ethan, and we're gonna get you to take out the entire family.
one by
So
one.
if Sarah was successful, they could have gotten her to do Toby, Ethan. So now she's doing people from,
She's taking
each
out
car.
all the new, she's
Mhm.
taking out both new reincarnations right when they land. And maybe that's part of the rule. Maybe the man in yellow can't kill Jade and Tabitha himself because of who they are, because of what they are, because they were a reincarnation of the original parents. Maybe that's one of the rules. So maybe that's why he tried to get Sarah to do his dirty work for him. Kill these reincarnations before they get into town type thing. Maybe, I don't know. And yeah, maybe they just mistook Toby for Jade. I don't know. Again, that's always been the first thing that popped into my mind anyway, that it was just that simple. Maybe it is just that simple. They were mistaking Toby for Jade. They thought Toby was going to be the one when it was really Jade. But I don't know. I don't know. Again, hopefully we'll get some kind of resolution to the whole Toby thing. But then, of course, we get that one final scene of Sophia talking about the story of Abraham, the test of faith, very much kind of equating it to Sarah here, Sarah in this moment, and basically her seeing that it's not so much that, at least from what I could see anyway, wasn't so much that she really needed Sarah to spit in this thing to cause any harm, but more so to see if she would do it in the first place. Can I get to the point where I can manipulate Sarah again? And it looks like it was successful. Again, for all of Sophia's silliness, her methods seem to be working at times. Most of the time, her methods seem to be working. So I guess it'll be interesting to see where this goes. If this was just a test run, if this was just let's test out the waters to see if I can manipulate Sarah, then I guess the question is, where do they go from here? What is the next step? What is taking this up a notch going to look like? What are the voices going to tell Sarah to do next? Because it seems like they're priming her, or Sophia is at least prepping her to be able to manipulate her and to do something. She certainly didn't do all of this just to watch her take a sip of some water and pour it down the freaking drain. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Sophia utilizes this going forward. What is she going to try and get Sarah to do?
Well, I would like to we know that the show uses references, and it doesn't mean that you're going to find your answer and what it's referencing. It's
Yeah.
just using stories. However,
Very true.
I don't know my biblical stories. I don't know much about the Bible. I just know generic info that everybody seems to know. So I need to look into the story that Sophia is telling. I want to know what happens after. So we all know that's a very famous biblical story. He asked for him to kill his child. He will do it. And God only wanted to know, do you have love, faith in me to do this? Even though I'm not going to make you go through with it, right? When it comes to that, I want to know what happens after. How does this man react towards God? I mean, we all have, I don't want to talk trash about God, okay? I'm not going to talk trash about God, but I think I would be a little hurt if you're getting me to almost kill my child, and then you say, no, I just wanted to know if you had faith and love to me enough to do this.
Yeah.
I think I'd be a little hurt by you getting me to almost do that to my child. And like I said, I don't know my biblical stories. If you guys do know, I'm going to do some research. What happens after? Does he go on to live a wonderful, beautiful life?
I think so. Yes, I think he does. I'm not sure actually, but he does go on to become one of the patriarchs in Judaism, Christianity. But I don't know. I guess that's a question for someone in the chat. Does Abraham go on to live a peaceful, happy life after that? What is this metaphor telling us? Was his test of faith ultimately rewarded? Or was this test of faith ultimately turned into his downfall, I guess is the question. But yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be interesting to see where Sophia is going to go from here. Where is she going to go next? What is she going to try and get Sarah to ultimately do? And again, I mean, I enjoyed Sophia a little bit more in this episode than I did in the first 3 episodes anyway, just because the Sophia, the Man in Yellow turning into Sophia wasn't my favorite. It hasn't been my favorite storyline personally. I was really looking forward to seeing some more Man in Yellow in season 4 and learning a little bit more about that character, just because it was so striking, the image, the everything about the Man in Yellow version of the character. But I will say Sophia was really good in this episode. I feel like she really kind of employed some very sleazy tactics that worked incredibly well at manipulating people and causing more strife in town. So it'll be interesting to see where this continues to go. I just really hope we get some more Man in Yellow at some point and not only Sophia from here on out.
I mean, yeah, but you know what? I'm okay with Sophia.
I'm
I'm
okay with
letting the
Sophia.
story, I'm letting it evolve as need
Yeah,
be.
we'll
I'm
see where it goes.
enjoying the character of Sophia. Now that I get to see a little bit more of how she's going to go about moving through
Yeah,
town, and I'm getting to see that she is using the Bible, she is speaking in this form where it's a giveaway that there's something wrong with her. People
yeah.
are kind of on to her. Even Christy and Mariel said, well, she prays a lot. They're picking
Praise
up
the
on
Lord.
a subtle thing of,
Mhm.
keep your eye on her. Because how is she so okay? How she does seem to be okay. I mean, she's suffering, right? She was thrown into the pool, and instead of being completely baffled and crying and horrified, she's like, no, no, it's fine. This is a test. It's a test. So
Mhm.
a little weird, right? I'm enjoying Sophia. I think she's hilarious. What she pulled, the stunt that she pulled this episode of throwing herself in the pool,
Oh
staying there a
God,
little bit so that everybody could see her. I love
hilarious.
her. You know what? Love it. I could spend another 4 episodes with her doing stunts like that, throwing herself, hurting herself, and blaming others. Yeah,
Mhm.
super fun.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. And that scene was good. I did enjoy that scene quite a lot. Just seeing her just fucking chuck herself into this fucking empty pool. Just to kind of get Sarah to get committed, just to commit Sarah to the manipulation. Very well played, very funny to watch play out. Yeah, she fucking fell right in that fucking pool.
She's so
Right in
funny.
that pool. But
But
yeah.
I love your dedication, Jeremy. And you guys in the chat, it is 6
Yeah,
a.m.
we're gonna end this
For
here in a minute.
Jeremy, it
This
is
is gonna
6
be
a.m. on a Sunday. Um,
almost
we've been on for
5:30,
4 hours, so
5:30
yeah.
a.m. here. But yeah, this is yeah, we're getting to the end now anyway. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where the rest of that goes. I don't know, but yeah, Sophia, a little bit better in this episode, a little bit better. Then we get to Fatima. We talked a little bit about this earlier. We know Fatima is building a golem. At this point, the only question a lot of us have is, where is this going to go? Is this golem going to come to life at some point, or is something else going to be going on here, or is this going to go catastrophically wrong? We've got the scene of Boyd finding another ring of his wife's, which then mysteriously, miraculously just disappears as quick as he found it. Which again, is that some kind of potential possibility that Boyd himself is also some kind of reincarnated character? Are we going to start seeing multiple rings here in Fromville, similar to the multiple bracelets we've seen on Tabitha? Because that's been another big question I think a lot of us have had. Are there other characters that are reincarnated, that are reincarnations of previous characters in previous cycles? We know Jade and Tabitha are reincarnations from previous cycles. But what about everybody else? What about Boyd? What about everybody else that has been stuck here? Are they also reincarnations of others? And could Boyd finding this ring be maybe not evidence of that, but a potential point to a potential possibility, maybe, that there has been other voids.
Yeah. Well, before we go, for 1 minute, let me share my graph because this is very exciting for me.
Okay.
The ring appearing and disappearing. This is one of the first times that we see an item. I know that we have seen apparitions of what seems to be people that
Of
appear
people.
and then disappear. But
Yeah.
this is an item that made a noise that he was able to physically pick up and then disappeared. So I want to show you like what I mean when I say that this is a ring that has traveled from one dimension to another.
Mm, okay.
See, okay,
Okay.
can you see it?
I can, yes.
I mean, it's really small, but how do I make it? I don't know how to make it bigger. But this is basically what it is. Okay. So when you look at the symbol that we all know as the symbol that Jade looks at, the symbol that the children are concentrating all of their power and their energy in, I believe that this is a multi-dimensional map. When you are, if you
Map
believe
of
in,
multi-timelines, maybe.
well, I wouldn't say multi-timelines. I would say just dimensional planes. There's different dimensional planes that are concurrently going through,
But each
very
one's
close
a
to each
different
other.
reality. But each
Each
one's a
one
different
is different. Each one is different, yes, but they're all going, as normal. They're always going to correct themselves. If there's a mistake, they will always find a way to correct themselves, right? To
reality.
fix the mistake. When the children, this is the dimensional plane, when the children get sacrificed, they want so badly to not be sacrificed, to be saved, to find salvation, for their parents to save them. They're dying. They're getting killed. There's no way in hell that they're going to get saved once their parents are telling them this story, Tabitha and Jade. It's like, I know I'm being sacrificed, but I want so badly to believe and I have hope that this could happen. Their hope crashed three-dimensional fields, three-dimensional planes. It crashed it because they manifested their desire to be saved. It crashed and it created a ripple in time and in space, which is this little triangle here. That's where they live. That's from. And then what happens when you do something like that? When there's a crash in dimensional planes, they always correct themselves. They have to move forward. It has to keep going. And so the planes continue moving forward and corrected themselves. But From got stuck here. And it does move, but it doesn't move like the others. It moves like slowly and in
Slightly.
broken.
Yeah.
It moves in broken timelines because you'll get a batch of people in, they die, then you get another batch of people in. So it's moving at a slower rate. That's why it's not changing. That's why Victor lived in an eternal fall and he didn't get winter or he didn't get any other sort of temperature, because it's not moving the way that the other timelines are moving. It's left behind and it moves in a broken line.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. And I like the idea of this also kind of tying deeper into the symbol that Jade has been seeing, the symbol that has plagued Jade from the very beginning, the symbol that really kind of set Jade on the path to discovering everything that he went on to discover. This symbol was the beginning of Jade's story, in a sense. So I like the idea of it being a sort of map of this kind of superhighway of these different intersecting dimensions. I think that's interesting. I think that's a very interesting possibility. And like you said, when we see things like this, like the ring kind of phasing in and out of existence, is that a course correction that we're seeing happening? We're seeing it phase into our existence, and then we see it disappearing. And the act of it disappearing is essentially the course correction that we're seeing, it going back to its own kind of dimension. So I think that's a very interesting possibility, and it could potentially explain why we're seeing multiple of these same objects pop up in the same place every once in a while, like we saw with the ring tonight.
Yeah, I think that place where From is occupying this
Is
space
the
and time that
intersection.
is not changing. Everything is happening all at once.
Yeah.
And so you have Julie, who is able to go in that same place to the future, to, back when she wasn't even there,
Yeah.
and to travel back and forth, and rings that keep
Right.
appearing, disappearing. It's
Yeah.
because the
Yeah.
crashing of those dimensional planes is
They're
starting to
crashing
collapse.
and
It's
then course
collapsing on
correcting.
itself.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly. And so what happens eventually is that it will collapse
It's
on
not going to be
itself.
able to course
I
correct
don't
forever.
think that From is going to be exactly. You cannot course correct it forever. It
Not
gets
for
tighter and
eternity.
tighter. It's a
Yeah.
small little triangle, so it gets tighter
Yeah.
and tighter and tighter. That's why Victor is measuring the trees, because it is getting tighter. The space that they have available is shrinking. It's going to collapse on itself. And so I think that that's when we have to look at saving the children and the
Yeah.
town not being around and saying, I'm willing to sacrifice myself. This thing is going to collapse on its own. This great machine is going to fail at some
It's gonna
point.
fail at some point. And that would make sense, when you're thinking about something like this that is just naturally occurring. Yes, these timelines, these dimensions, these different kind of these running in conjunction in parallel with one another, they'll be able to course correct for a time. Nature will course correct itself, but only to a certain extent, and only for so long. There will come a time where this could one kind of incident doesn't course correct and it collapses all three, which
Mhm.
could lead to the ending of Fromville, maybe. And I know we've talked a little bit about the plane of existence that Fromville is. Is there some kind of possibility that by the time this show is done and over with, that Fromville isn't even going to exist anymore? That whatever happens is going to nullify the existence that actually is Fromville. And if that is the case, could that kind of snap all of these kind of concurrent kind of different parallel timelines just running parallel to each other
Mhm.
at that point
Yeah.
safe?
Yeah. And like I said, it's 6 a.m., so we're gonna go ahead and go. But just to make a correction, because I have been, insane when it comes to this, and I'm working on it. It's a very thorough thing that I'm working on.
Yeah.
But a lot of people say, and this is just me, I'm just tired of hearing it, pocket dimension, pocket dimension. No.
Yeah.
A
Plane of
pocket
existence.
dimension, this is
Plane
the
of
issue with
existence
pocket
is what I like
dimension.
to use.
Well, it's the opposite. It's the opposite. That's why it's a very important distinction.
Okay.
When you're talking pocket dimension, a pocket dimension does not shrink, it expands. So you have created a dimensional that will continue growing and growing and growing. Okay. A bubble, a pocket, it expands. It does not contract, it doesn't pop, it doesn't disappear, it doesn't collapse on itself. From is the opposite of that. From is a space and time that was created for a purpose of salvation for the children, but that space and
Yeah.
time
A different
has a
plane of
limit.
a
It has a
different plane of
limit,
existence.
and
Yeah.
it's not growing. Instead, it's contracting, it's shrinking. So Victor has noticed the trees are getting closer, even though the weather isn't changing. That opportunity, if you will, of salvation is getting, finite. It's not forever. They probably don't have endless tries to save these children. It
Yeah,
seems like things
there's
are
yeah.
changing, things are aging, the buildings are collapsing, the trees are
It seems like
changing,
we're
and
at
the
the end.
boy in white is a man now. So
Exactly. It
when
seems
he
like we're
says
at
you
the
don't
end of
have that much time, it might be for real. You don't have that much time.
Yeah, when he says that, I don't think he necessarily just means you don't have much time left in your cycle. I think he means you might have much time left, period, in general, because for all of these previous cycles, it seems like nothing ever changed here. The boy in white was always the boy in white. This place was always summer. It was never winter. Now everything's changing. Everything seems to be going haywire. From itself seems to be in some sort of state of flux, some state of change. And that could mean that there isn't going to be a never-ending tries of cycles. Maybe there isn't going to be just a never-ending reincarnation over and over and over again. Maybe you are getting to the point where if you don't solve it this time, this is going to be your last chance type thing. Because again, things are changing now. The foundation that Fromville was built on, the foundation that just had cycle after cycle after cycle after cycle, that foundation of From is different now. The place is changing now. So I think it would make perfect sense that these cycles are also going to start coming to an end where they're running out of chances to get this right. But yeah, I think it's an interesting theory in terms of especially kind of tying the symbol into this kind of, this map of all of these different kind of parallels running in kind of conjunction with each other. But yeah, will all of the universes end up exploding in the end, and everything's just going to be fucked?
Well, when you think about it, just very briefly, they said what made the roots that made the tree was the children's hope. The story that provided them with hope manifested in that. But what happens, like with life and with everything, even hope, which is something that you can't kill most of the time. Hope is the thing with feathers, right? Emily Dickinson. Even hope runs dry. If you have been waiting over and over, and every single time that you wait, you are disappointed, and your mother and your father never come, and they never are able to save you, even hope runs dry. So if they're being powered by the children's hope, and the children have been through cycle over and over, that hope is not exactly that hope is not going to be there forever. Even hope can run dry, and so that's just going to collapse. You're not going to wait for somebody to save you when they've tried doing it multiple lifetimes and they fail.
At what point do you start kind of just giving up hope? Like you said, at what point, if you're the children, at what point do you start to think, okay, we're never going to get saved, they're never going to get this right type thing? And could that state of mind, that change of state of mind of the children kind of change things for the worst here? Maybe. Yeah, very possible. But yeah, then the episode ends where we see something coming to the surface. Like we talked about a little bit earlier, it looks like these are very much the scarecrows that we have been seeing in all of the trailers, the scarecrows that I like to call the demonic Kool-Aid men that are going to be bursting into the cabins over at Cannibal Village or the ruined settlement. It looks like now we at least know where they come from. They have come from the bottom of the lake. So I'm looking forward to episode 5. I think I was hoping this was going to be the episode that really kicked things up a notch. And I think for the most part it did. I think, we learned some really interesting new data points on the show, some interesting new revelations, but also definitely setting up some really big things that are probably going to be taking place in episode 5. So I cannot wait to see episode 5. I think that one's going to be very, very big. And of course, I will have the episode 5 trailer up on my channel tomorrow night as soon as it drops, as soon as it actually airs on the MGM TV channel. I will have it recorded and I will have it up here on the channel so you guys can check out the trailer for episode 5. And of course, I'll also be working on other episode 4 breakdowns throughout the week and some episode 5 prediction videos as well. But big thank you to each and every one of you for hanging out with us on this fine evening, going all the way into the freaking morning. This was one of the longest ones we've ever done. So big thank you to all of you for joining us for the pregame show. Everybody who joined us for the watch party, big thank you to Ravener for hosting the watch party in the Discord. And then, of course, another big thank you to all of you who chose to come and hang out with us again for this after show. For PM and myself, that is going to do it on this fine evening. If you guys have not subscribed to PM's channel yet, definitely get over there. Give her a sub if you haven't. The link to her channel is in the description of this stream. Just check out the description. You'll find the link to her channel. Get over there, give her a sub, check out some of her From content, and be on the lookout for some of her future From content as well. And until next time, we will see each and every one of you on the next one. Stay safe out there. Keep those tinfoil hats on, folks. and we shall see you. Cheers.
Okay, ding dongs. If you don't subscribe to Jeremy Ice and Fire, you're gonna spend the night in the box.
Aren't Cooey